Yo, 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 everybody. It is good to see you again. My name is Joppa. Welcome back to the channel. Thank you so much for being here today. Been kind of a crazy week this week. I say that at the beginning of every stream, and it's becoming more and more the reality. I'm going to need a new way to describe the craziness. But indeed it has been. But an awesome week nonetheless. We are... What is this now? About a week into early access, we are seeing Steam numbers continue to rise. They're not leveling out. They're not dropping. They're actually continuing to go up, which is really cool to see. Given that we're, a week or so into this now, if we can continue to see a trend like that, that'll be really cool. Obviously, we have all of our concurrent non-Steam players as well, so we're seeing a really healthy, sustained player base, which is just absolutely cool to see. Absolutely cool to see. So I'm just happy. I'm happy. I'm grateful that it seems to be resonating with each of you, and continuing to grow. So that was the hope, that this thing would grow, and excited to see that. What else has been going on? We just had a patch. We had our first major patch since getting this going, and it seems to have gone really well, which is great. Which is really great. And not only the patch process, but also the patch itself seems to be really well received. I hope that it's the beginning of a really cool relationship that the community has with the development, and that is seeing a lot of the conversations that we've had, whether it be on stream, whether it be in Discord, various forms of feedback, and seeing the game progress along those lines, seeing improvements to the real pain points, or at least communication about things that are on our radar, even if we haven't hit it yet. I'm looking at you, bank stacking. But that's really the goal. And I said it before EA began, I'll say it now, and I'll keep repeating it. My hope is that it will quickly become apparent that we are 1,000% invested in this game, not only getting to the finish line, but getting to the finish line being the best that it can be. And the best that it can be is when our plans and vision and ideas meet with your ideas and meet with your experience. And as those things coalesce and you guys are able to let us know what things are working, what things aren't, what things feel good, what things don't, that the sum of all of this is going to end up with a game that is far better than it could have been otherwise. And really, really enjoying that process. So if you are here, thank you for being here and being a part of that process. Let me take a quick look. We've got Black Fox with the first. Congratulations, Black Fox. Well done. That valor goes to you today. Congratulations. We also got Dayhawk in the chat with a very, very formidable second. Joskar, I see you as well, and Lewin, welcome. Welcome to you both. Good to see you. We've got Mox in the house. We've got Draken Gamer. Welcome. Vasher, Ghostly Gopher, what is up? What is up, my friend? We got Primus as well. Good to see you, Primus, with the dancing psychedelic halflings. Love to see it. Bacon, welcome. Good to see you as well. Small Door, Fringe, Loop, Lofter, Scan4, Bam Bam, Initsu. It is good to see all of you. Thanks for being here. Thank you for being here. Grom, Unka, Drew, Rochambeau. That reminds me of something from like Looney Tunes. Oh, wow, that sounds familiar. Ogre 2, welcome. Crit, Let You Live, Ilana Windhart in the house, Wacky Streams, Alinar Jethris, Otoladab, Tobias G. Carlson. Tobias, such a cool name. Love that name. Hey, chat, and Joppa, what is up, Tagaderm? Good to see you. Campfire Cat, welcome. Crispies. We've got Corpse Twister, Raziel, Redbeard, Woodland Critter. Welcome. Dartan Weeple, Mina in the house, Michael S. Ola, Joppa, are there any plans to change it to, okay, it's pretty dark. Currently it's set at, wow, I can't see a damn thing. Yes and no. Yes and no. The first step, I'll say it this way, the first step we want to take towards that is introducing the improved eyesight that some of the races have. And we want to make sure it's meaningfully dark enough that light sources feel important and useful, and that having some of those perks, either through a racial-based perk or buffs or items that improve eyesight, visibility at night, or in, subterranean areas, that those all have a place as well. So it's definitely not done. It's just going to be addressed in some other ways instead of just baseline making it not so dark. That's still, we may still do that, push come to shove once those other things are in place. Scan for Melted Wing, welcome. Cut Off Your Head, good to see you. It's Prowlers, welcome. Mean Season, welcome, welcome. Once you open up servers like Black Moon, or at least enable alt creation, it will be even better. I agree with you. I hope I can get an answer on that soon. We've got a couple of people on the tech team who have taken a little bit of a break over the last few days because of how brain melting some of the of the launch period was. So hopefully we'll get a little bit of an answer, some insight into that as well. Also, just on a note, I just want to make sure you guys know, I have no idea what the process is, but the buddy keys, they are being worked on. I'm going to kind of go off on my own here. This is not a VR sanctioned statement, but I'm going to make it because I think it's important to make. If you are waiting on a buddy key, please do not buy the game. Don't buy it again. Wait on the buddy key. We are working on it. We're going to get the buddy keys out to you guys. Please do not. I understand if you've got people that you want to be playing the game, and I empathize with that. It's frustrating, but just be patient. Don't buy the game if you've already got a buddy key coming. Okay, that's please do not do that. If you want to buy a third copy or a fourth copy beyond your buddy key, that's totally fine. But if you're waiting for the buddy key, keep waiting. Let us get that fixed into you guys. Alana, we love you, Joppa, and the rest of the team. You can truly feel all the hard work and you all put into it. Thank you so much, Alana. I appreciate that. Big time. Jabroni, Joppa, I just uploaded my Steam Deck controls to community profiles. Nice. And I've got them dialed in. Please try and give me some feedback. Thank you. I actually got a Steam Deck last Christmas, and I might give it a try myself. That's really cool. I kind of have low-key hoped that Pantheon would be playable on a Steam Deck. That'd be really sweet. The early mez on Necro has felt awesome. Been using it a lot. Nice. Nice. Welcome, by the way, Tumidin and Jabroni. Good to see you. Salted Hash, welcome. Let You Live. It's my birthday. For my birthday, can you put a red barrier bar on the defensive target window? Oh, yes. The shielding. The shielding. Oh, man. How good is it going to feel when shielding is more visually noticeable instead of that tiny, thin little red line? We're gonna make it a lot better. Trust me. And by the way, happy birthday to you, Let You Live. Congratulations on leveling up. I don't know if it's a spell level for you or not, but congratulations nonetheless. Clock, welcome. Good to see you. Bruce Leroy Turk. Bruce Leroy. Bruce Leroy. Welcome. Very Vexing with the 5 gift bomb. Thank you so much, Very Vexing. Thank you so much. That is awesome and much, much appreciated. Mini ads blasted for those 5 fortunate folk. Also, Bamboozler 95 with the prime sub. Redbeard with the gifted sub. Thank you guys so much. Truly, truly, it is appreciated. Very appreciated. Eridos, welcome. I love seeing an NPC say weird things that players say. Yeah, it's a fun one. Enjoy that one while you can. We are actually trying to squash that one. As of today, it still exists, but one of these days we'll get it. Let's see. GC Rallo, Joppa, is there any plan to allow us to remove a lot of the floating combat text in VFX? It gets very hard to follow visually with text and FX everywhere. Yes. Yes, there are plans for that. I don't have an ETA for it, but getting more customizability to you guys in the UI, whether it's the frames, the visual effect opacity, lots of things that I know will be huge quality of life. So it is planned. It is on the radar. Just don't have an ETA yet. Game is looking great right now. Thank you. It's Prowess. Mr. Steel Rose playing Pantheon while watching the stream. Nice. That's the kind of multitasking I like to hear. What number are you, Man of Rohan? I don't know. It's probably in the double digits, I think. What's up, Bam Bam? $730 damage to the Wasp. Sacrificial ability. Yeah, that's definitely not working the way it should be. I'll take a look at that here on stream in a sec. Dazed Sean, you're talking about the Goblin Camp respawn rate. Are you talking about the lower level green goblins or the higher level Brian Claw? Yeah, Artemis. Yeah, I don't know how well I'm going to do reading every name and every message at the beginning of the stream. I don't know. I'm going to have to think of something different to do. So it might be. I like saying hello to everybody. It just feels good and right, and something I enjoy doing. But I feel like I get stuck way behind like the current kind of pace of chat, and so maybe I need to slow it down to like the first, I don't know, 20 or 30 people or something like that. I'm not sure. Eventually, in the new year, I put a lot of time into my stream the first few months. Spent a lot of time studying like streamer etiquette, programs, like the whole 9 yards. Had some good conversations with people. And then as Pantheon development ramped up, the effort that I've been able to put into the stream, both the experience and just kind of the quality of things, has taken a back seat. Now that EA is out the door, now that we have kind of a little bit of a respite coming up, my goal in the new year is to do a better job. I mean, obviously Pantheon comes first and that will never change, but I would like to see some more effort put into the stream. I'd like to look into potentially getting at least one mod active. I definitely want to do some work on just some of the stream presentation. I want to get some, emotes made and some transitions and some various things. I want it to be, I know a lot of you don't care about that kind of stuff, but to the degree that this has become and will remain a public facing kind of window into Pantheon, I want it to be as good as it can be. I want it to look like there's been care and thought, put into this. So I want it to be that way. I tend to enjoy the things that I putting effort into an excellence, a level of excellence into things. And, so anyway, that's something that I want to work on a little bit more next year. That's one of the goals that I have. One of my New Year's resolutions, as it were, is to become a better streamer. And some of that includes like scheduling and trying to really lock that down. It's difficult. I mean, the stage of life I'm in, I'm married, I have 3 children. I've got, a wonderful job that I love that, it isn't a super scheduled thing. A lot of the times things come up. We're a remote international team, so there's time zones, there's lots of things that happen. And, those things notwithstanding, I want to really try and ratchet something down that's a little bit more consistent. But anyway, all that to say, I don't want to get off on that too long, but I appreciate so much you guys, the support and the encouragement to keep doing this and make this a place where you guys like to be and something that you look forward to each week. That means a lot to me, and I want to keep it going. Am I aware that the Ranger trait trainers are attacking ogre characters? And also the Wayward Trappers in Pass are still giving normal mob experience, but have the elite... Yes. I was not aware of the first thing. I'm aware of the second thing. One of the things we're doing today, probably the main thing we're doing today, is we're going through and we're taking a look at some of our different camps, and we're going to be making some decisions on where we're going to incorporate some additional solo overland type content. Because I would like to get sooner than later especially in the starting zones that we have, and I would include AVP in that to an extent, a better handle on that spread of those different options. And so we'll be taking a look at that today. Any update on the pretty deer? The deer should be in and working now. We can take a look at that here in a second too. We'll take a look at that in a second as well. Let's see. Let me go again and get my server running here. Bam Bam Twitch TV with the 2 gifted. Thank you so much, Bam Bam. Appreciate that. Let's see. Deva, nice. Listening to the stream while working. Gotta love USPS at this time of year. That's awesome. Any plans to add a whisper option when right-clicking on a player? You know what? I like that. I like that idea. That's one of those little, like, oh yeah, things that that nobody has mentioned just yet. Yellow notepad. Whisper option when right-clicking a player. Yeah. All right. Any ETA on opening Black Moon, lower levels starting to become sparse? I don't have an ETA yet, but I do want to... hold on. One sec. I'm gonna reach into the respite that our tech lead is taking right now and ask him if he would not mind giving me an answer on that. Any word on charm? All right, so all the questions that are coming in specifically about abilities, whether that be fixes to abilities or adding getting charm finished and things like that, ETA wise, that is the soonest we're going to see that stuff is in probably January. We've got a couple of, like, I would say the biggest things that our programmers are working on right now that we've gotten stability and performance and a lot of the optimizations we wanted to make for the current client out the door in this last patch. One of the things that I'm hoping to see is this level disparity thing put into play. We've got to get to the point where when you are higher level than an NPC, those advantages and disadvantages start to kick in, because that is such a huge factor in the feel of progressing in the game. And so that's kind of where our attention is right now in these few days before we all kind of take a little bit of a break. When we come back, and like I've said, even during that break time, what I'm going to be starting to do is working on the Druid class a little bit, getting that done as far as I can take that before needing programmer support. And then my hope, my goal, and we're going to ratify this once we reconvene after the little Christmas stretch there, is that class kind of finishing of the major mechanics that the classes depend on. There's some issues with warrior banners right now. There's getting charm, fully fleshed out and in. There's finishing like up, some of the between level 20 and 40 abilities for some of the classes. That is a priority for me because I just want to be able to take that, put that off of my plate for a while and really focus on other things, and also give you guys plenty of things to play with, enjoy, grow into, and start getting feedback on. And so closing that loop and getting all that stuff finished is going to be just such a, it's worth prioritizing for sure. Noffer with the 5 gift bomb. Thank you so much, Noffer. Appreciate that. That is awesome. Thank you. And Darkthal with the tier 1 sub and the 5 months. Thank you so much, Darkthal. It is much appreciated. Calico Bard, thank you for those 1,000 bits. Preach Joppa, keep up the good work. Thank you so much, Calico. That is so appreciated. Aerialist, sorry I missed your 500 bits earlier as well. Thank you, Aerialist. Thank you. Dias Destiny, SA Metalhead, Key Lime, The Nightly Owl, Lodok, 8-Bit Lungs, Mugga BG, and Craig R. Thank you all so much for the follows. Thank you for being here. I appreciate that. Clock asks, do mobs already have a level advantage, just players don't? There are some advantages that NPCs have towards players that aren't shared right now, which is part of what just makes it feel really off in certain situations. So yeah. How might us Wilds End fanboys find more chests? I'm an avid explorer and I've found 2 and 13 levels. It's going to come by us getting more chests in the zone, which is just kind of part of the population pass that we need to do a few more passes on to fill that out a little bit, yeah. Dementor with the Prime sub and the 8 months. Thank you, Dementor, so much. Tim 801, thank you for the Prime. Thank you. Hey, B-Floor, good to see you. Welcome. Warrior resilience is not a thing. Warrior resilience is not real. The UI attachment of the warrior resilience on the nameplate needs to go away. It is a vestigial UI element for what was intended to be a warrior resource that we have since decided not to use. So, yeah. Yes, indeed. Calico with another 5 gifted. Thank you so much. Thank you, Calico. That is so appreciated. Ad blasting left and right. K Leapy and Talks You That. Thank you so much for the follows. And God Tier asked to thank you for the Prime sub. Much appreciated. Hey, what is going on, Bo Lisden? Good to see you. Handmade weapons. What's the best way to submit issues? My friends got frustrated trying to do it through Discord. I mean, the reality is right now that is the best way to submit issues. We need to get an in-game system, an in-game reporting system in place. If you're talking about things like account issues or things of that nature, then Discord really is your best bet right now. Scala, so good question. When will Thronefast the castle be done? I was hoping to walk into a lively castle with tons of NPCs like Stormwind or Divinity's Reach, only to be disappointed by an invisible wall. The disappointment is understandable. Sorry, I was checking on something real quick. The disappointment's understandable. The reason that we did that is because cities are major undertakings to get them to feel right, to get them to feel fully lived in, for there to be enough to do in there to they have to cover a lot of bases, and they've got to do it well to substantiate the effort. And what it comes down to for us is literally that, the effort that goes into it. And so whereas with something like Wild's End, with Scargal, with a couple of the other cities, they are much smaller and much easier for us to create, that nice kind of city-like footprint. And we still have work we want to do in Sorhirith for the halflings as well to kind of flesh out that city. We've got a lot of quests that we still need to get in there. But Thronefast is a massive city. It's meant to be. It's the largest city of all the races on all the continents. It's got a massive port connected to it. We want to do it justice, but we made the decision to wait because we want to get just more and broader content into the game first before we come back and pour a lot of time into that city. It was our decision to push the game further out and make it more broad before we come back and really deep dive into some of those very specific locations, like the starting cities and things like that. So it is planned and it is coming. It's just something we've slated for later. Not Peaceful says, hey, but loving the game, would like to ask a question, offer a suggestion. Any plan to unlock the hotbars for classes like Ranger? I don't like having limited ability slots for techniques when they're already limited by the slow building resource. I don't like having to choose between melee or ranged or playing both at half competence. Plan is too strong of a word, but we are considering some tweaks to the way the hotbars work. So right now you've got your action bar, which is your 8-slot bar. You've got your utility bar, the 6 slots, and the technique, which is the 4. We've discussed the possibility and are considering the possibility of unlocking those where you can essentially place one of those abilities anywhere you want on any of the bars, and still limiting them, so you can only have 4 techniques at a time. You can only have 6 utility and only 8 action. So through code, limiting how many you can have on your bar at once, but not limiting where those are put. I don't know that necessarily fixes what you're describing, because what you're describing with the Ranger is, and I don't even know if it's Ranger specific very much. They probably need a little bit of a deeper conversation, but there's definitely intentional limiting of abilities where you can't have every single ability available at one time. I don't know what level your Ranger is. I know that, as they level up, they're designed to grow more and more into having, like, my goal with the Ranger is not to force skirmishing, as I call it, which is where you're moving in and out of combat, or I'm sorry, in and out of close range, back into long range and doing that like you are forced to do that. That's a play style I want, but I also want there to be enough abilities where you can live in one of those 2 places as well, just as effectively. And maybe there would need to be advantages, here and there, depending on the situation. But I do want there to be enough ranged abilities and enough melee abilities where you feel like you can stay in one place and not have to hop back and forth. But that would still be subject to the same limitations, you know what I mean? As far as like the limited action set. Yeah. Not Peaceful, thanks for the follow. Dr. Foes, Tailless Dread, thank you for the follows. Automate My Tech with the tier 1 sub, thank you so much. 10 gift bomb from Illidan. My goodness, thank you for the 10 gifted, Illidan. Congratulations to all of the recipients of that. X Blaze with the Prime sub and the 2 months. Thank you so much. Enjoying EA a lot. Cheers to you and the team. Happy holidays and hope you all get a nice break. Thank you, X Blaze. Much appreciated. Thank you for the 1 gifted B-Floor. That is awesome. Grats, Keely. Bones Don't Lie with the Prime sub and another gifted from B-Floor to Scala. Thank you, B-Floor. Grabby Latouche. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Let's see. Yeah, Bacon, we've got a lot of plans for raid-specific commands, looting, raid frames, and there's a lot that we have planned there that we just haven't started implementing yet. But it's going to be it's going to feel a little scuffed until we get that in. Main season, the Warrior is planned to get armor proficiency, which is a passive that will give them a nice boost from the armor that they're wearing. Yeah. How is the uncommon itemization coming along for post level 20 content? It's coming along. I have kind of switched gears. I still have the fort to do, the Gadai fort that I want to get done. But I'm pretty much finished with Halnir. And I've kind of switched gears now to the non-group NPC kind of I don't know, the experience leading up to that same level 20 area. So I'm taking a look at not only the content buckets we have for the solo NPCs, the non-group NPCs, but also looking at their itemization, making sure that there's somewhat of a path there for players to move through. So I've put there is still rare itemization on the named NPCs and the boss NPCs above level 20, all the way through the content that we currently have. But it's just that I haven't done the pass that I've done on everything else sub level 20 on those camps just yet. And I think for where the current player base is right now, where it seems like the majority of the player base is now and will be over the next couple of weeks, I think focusing that solo path a little bit and kind of dialing that in a little bit more is going to be a better bang for buck for the community overall than the 20 plus itemization will be. Like, I want players to actually make it into the 20s. You know what I mean? I would rather them be loving the game and loving the experience and not burning out and not hitting a cliff and enjoying continuing to level through and getting to the 20s and then being, hey, we're in the 20s now. We want, these itemization improvements. I'd rather that than no one's actually managing to get there. Bacon, I know that there are several who are already over level 20, and you guys are not my concern right now. Let me be clear when I say that. It doesn't mean that you matter less. It means that right now, guilds, pre-mades, statics, they're all eating well. They're eating very well. The players that are new to the game, the players that don't have the pre-mades, the players that don't have the static groups, the players that aren't in guilds, they're the ones that right now are struggling to kind of find their footing. Now, you guys recruiting new people, that's awesome. That's fantastic. And I would hope, and I'm I'm assuming and I'm aware that there's a lot of guilds doing the same thing. So I know you guys are doing your part to kind of be welcoming and get new people in and kind of acclimated, all that stuff. But there's that other side of things for players that are maybe shying away from doing that, who are intimidated by joining a guild early on, who are totally new to this type of game. Those are the players that I want to give a little bit of a better foothold than they have currently. So, yep. Yep. Naders Love Child, thank you so much for the follow. Altazantech, thank you for the follow as well. Jadion with the 5 gift bomb. Jadion, thank you so much, man. My goodness. Thank you, thank you. Quatos, that's awesome to hear, man. Good. Ding, level 10, grats, Mr. Steel Rose. Level 10. As a 12 summoner who has been soloing most of the time because I love gathering for my guild, I'm enjoying the solo process in AVP, currently hunting bears and stalkers, and it feels good while requiring a good degree of caution. As I'm able to kill yellows routinely, XP isn't bad yet. Nice. Good. Good to hear. And right now, the patch that just went in, that patch did include some of the changes that I made to experience gain for solo NPCs right up exactly to the level that you're at. So right now, NPCs that are level 10 to 12 are giving about 50% more experience than they were giving before for like a solo kill. So if you're level 12 and you're fighting things yellow to you, those things are probably not quite. I hadn't made any changes up past level 12. Well, no, I take that back. Everything level 12 and up was left at that kind of 50%. So it started walking up to level 12 with a slight multiplier adjustment, and then once you get to level 12 and above, it was kind of at that 50% increase than it was before. So yeah, the things you're fighting should be giving you a little bit more experience than they were before this patch. But there's still some more work that I want to do on all the way up to level 20. The other big problem we're having, okay, and this is a very important statement to make for everyone, just kind of their general awareness, because this is something that we're actively looking at and will be changing soon. So you said there were no XP changes. There were no XP changes regarding what I'm about to talk about, which is probably the biggest change. The individual level-based kind of multiplier tweaks, some of those did go in up to level 12, up to a 50% bump. But I'm going to be doing a little bit more on that leading up to next patch. The three other big things that need to happen for the solo experience is, number one, there needs to be more humanoid NPCs that are soloable, because as just an enjoyment factor. But number two, because humanoid NPCs are largely where the itemization drops tend to come from. And so having more soloable humanoid NPCs means that we also have more opportunities for gear and weapons to drop that are kind of that uncommon tier. And then number three, and the biggest thing to mention and what we're working on right now, is how our experience gains work based on the level of what you're fighting. Right now, there is a very intense fall off of experience gain when something becomes blue, as opposed to when something's yellow. I think the difference is there's about a 60% difference in experience killing something that's yellow, one level above you, versus something that's one level below you. So you're literally getting 60% less experience killing something one level below you than you're getting killing something one level above you. We need to flatten that out dramatically. That's one of the biggest issues right now for experience gains, is that when you're fighting something that's your level or below, the difference between fighting something that's one level above you is so significant, and it has a huge impact on the amount of time it takes. So in the classes that have longer TTKs, longer times to kill, feel this more than anything else. So that's what we're looking at right now. We're going to be moving to a consideration-based experience gain approach instead of level-based. So, and then we're also going to be incorporating more of an EverQuest kind of system for con range. So as you level up, instead of it being static all the way through, it's the range of levels that an NPC stays dark blue to you is going to grow as you get higher level. And it's going to, they're going to get light blue and green and gray ultimately at lower levels, like more levels below you. And then the amount of experience that you're going to get for a dark blue is going to stay the same regardless of the level range. So even if it's one level, if you're level 20 or level 30, the experience you're going to get for a level 29 is the same as you're going to get for a level 25, as long as they're all still dark blue. And then the amount of experience you're going to get for dark blues and light blues and greens is going to go up to be much more of a flatter range compared to things that are higher level than you. So those things are going to all kind of work together to make the experience gain, I think, feel a lot better, a lot more consistent, and put us in a good place. Blinding Rain, that is at the top of our to-do list right now on the content side. Yep. All right, Black Fox, hit me. Give me your best, your best breakdown of the stealth problem right now. Gray and green mobs see through all stealth with concealment gear on and like a ghost, where before they would investigate. Okay, give me an example of a specific mob that's doing this. Yeah, but give me a specific example. Because I want to test it. So I want to be able to just pull up a specific NPC. Okay, so we want to do the drawn ratkin. Okay. All right, let's see. All right. Bebop, can you also give me an example of a specific NPC that you've seen that on? There's a skelly camp north of Hunter Cave along the wall that are... Ah, yeah. Okay, I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm going to take a look at those here in a sec, too. That was one of the camps I wanted to check out today. Because the main issue with that camp, as that Mark was reporting to me, is that at night, those skeletons become... Or no, maybe it was Lewin. I think it was Lewin, actually. That at night, those skeletons go from solo to group NPCs at night. So what was a decent solo camp during the day, even if there weren't enough NPCs there, no longer is soloable at night. Which in some areas that's okay. Like in some areas that's kind of part of the point of like the population shift. But on the whole, I think if it's a solo area during the day, it would be cool if it became a little bit scarier at night, but was still, you know, soloable NPCs and didn't become group NPCs. Altazantec and the Council of Levi, thank you both so much for the follows. Thank you, thank you. All right. And you were having this sneak problem even with like concealment gear and stuff, right? Okay. Not enough halflings, I know. Need a few more halflings in my life. All right. Chat, what am I doing? I'm not a rogue. Hold on. We'll make a halfling rogue. It didn't have the, it didn't, sorry. I gotta have the hair, right? Now we're cooking. The graphics and animations will be upgraded at some point or are considered final. They will be upgraded, improved, iterated on between now and launch. So yeah, expect those things to continue to improve, for sure. Verdict, Asen with the 400 bits. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Verdict. Thank you, thank you. All right, let me turn this down a bit. Okay. All right, let's set level to 10. Wild's End is down. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Hold on. I had Thrown Fast loaded on my server and not Wild's End. One sec. Is there a bird chirping baby shark? Or am I going crazy? I don't know. I think I missed it earlier if you answered, but are fizzles and interrupts planned? Fizzles are TBD, maybe. Interrupts, yes. But more through specific ability usage to actually interrupt you. We do plan to have spell pushback. So as you're taking damage when you get hit, that there would be some kind of a formula to determine how much pushback happens. So if it's a really heavy, hard nuke, then you're going to get quite a bit of pushback on the spell that you're casting. If it's more like auto attacks, it'll be, you know, smaller, more consistent pushback. But that's the plan. I would like to have stats that contribute to resilience against pushback. Okay. Raziel, yeah, ordained, yeah. This is my local server. Let me hold on. Okay. Wow. That's ooh. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. That is a that's an ultra rare weapon that's dropping every time instead of 5% of the time. I think I missed your DM on that. But that will be fixed next patch. My sweet Christmas. You got tons of them. Great. That's great. Oh, man. That's, my sound effect isn't working. There it is. Okay. Well, it is what it is. No, not gonna wipe for that. We see, when I say we're only gonna wipe if absolutely necessary, something like that, it would be easier or better for us to just go into the database and remove those items entirely, wherever they exist in inventories and people's inventories or banks or whatever, and then just, you know, have to be gotten again the proper way. So, but yeah, we'll have lots of alternatives to wiping that we will employ before something like that. Yeah, the Wind Feather Blade. Yeah, it's meant to be an ultra rare drop that's dropping every time guaranteed right now. So that is fixed, but the fix won't be in until next patch. We have other ways to deal with that. Other ways. Is Five Feather still out right now? It's not dropping off Wind Feather. There's a different way to get it. Why are these guys facing the wrong way? What? Okay. All right, so level 10, max skills, good. I'm not going to go into Gobby Caves. I'm just going to summon some rats here because I'm on my local server. I can only have one zone up at a time, and I don't want to set it up again. Let me do a slash reset as well. I'm fiending for gnomes. For the gnomes. Brutalos, thank you for the follow. 7 Yellow, 7, thank you for the follow. Calico, thanks for the 40 bits. Thank you, thank you. Fix the bat wasps? What are the bat wasps? Are the bat wasps like the... What are the bat wasps? Oh, are those the gloom... Or the... what are they called? The gleam striders. That's it. Or the gleam gliders. Okay. Okay. I'll check on that too. Your tip alerts aren't working. Not sure if that's intended. It's not intended, but it's part of like what I'm wanting to work on in the new year is getting things like that fixed. I think I got it set up, but never really finished the loop of actually having like an alert attached to it. So I'll check on that. But thank you. Thank you, Horace. Knight Rider with the raid. Thank you. Welcome. Okay. We are reset. We are reset. I wanted to see... where am I? Okay. Let's actually... Okay. All right, let's see. You guys notice something? Got ourselves a bit of a path. Got ourselves a bit of a path in Wild's End. Paths are for babies. I mean, you don't have to use the path. You know? I am going to test stealth, yeah. I am going to test out. It's not like I get distracted by things. So, I mean, it's not, you know. Hey, bro. He looks ready. He's meditating. He is indeed. Actually, I want to test this guard real quick. So I put the guards in, at least these two for now, at the base. I also thinned out the NPC population right at the base of the lift to give some room down here where the guards aren't just absolutely chopping everything to pieces. And spread those NPCs out to some other areas a little bit. But I just want to check and see. We'll have our little T-pose friend probably wander over here and take care of business. Nice. Okay. Okay. He's ready. All right, so we've got a little bit of this kind of getting dialed in a little bit with some guards. I also went in right now the low level NPC population in here. Just about every single, I shouldn't say that. Several of the NPC types that we had in here were social, and I've tweaked that so that you should be able to not be getting swarmed by social NPCs every time you attack something. Should be quite a bit more, should be a little more forgiving now than it was. So hopefully these are a couple of little steps that will make things a little bit better for a brand new player in this area. But let's focus now on stealth. So if aggro is on, GM is off. Let's do a drawn stalker. Drawn stalker. Okay. Now, recreate this for me. Hey, what's up, Ognor? Recreate this for me. What am I trying to do here? Am I trying to walk past this thing? Am I going in front of it, behind it? What's the, what do we want to recreate here? Should I try to go behind it? Well, actually, first, let's do this without stealth on, just to kind of get a feel. Same level, level 11. So if I run up to it, okay, so it starts to kind of take notice of me pretty early. Let's let it kind of get happy again here. Okay. Now let's do it stealth. Now, granted, we're not in a cave, we're not in a dungeon, right? So the things are much tighter in there. So if I'm going to slip past this thing, I'm going to have to get much closer than I am right now. So stealth probably feels okay out in the open world like this. This is, you know, plenty forgiving to sneak by something. But if we're talking about in a cave environment, in a dungeon where things are a lot tighter, and let's say this little lump in the root right here, like right on top of this, is like my path. Okay? That's like how close I have to get to this thing. Yeah, see? And that is why it isn't working. Or that's why it feels bad. That's why stealth feels... Now, let's try something different, though. Let's try this. So that's without any concealment at all. Let's... what's the name of the concealment food? I did D-level. I'm also going to equip this incredible item that I don't know if any of you know. I think maybe 1 or 2 groups have found this item. This is the Shadow Walker's cowl. Actually gives me 10 concealment and 2 dexterity. Really, really nice rogue item. Stalker's Pie. Two concealment. All right, so my concealment is increased by 12 now. Just because you know it exists doesn't mean you're going to see it anytime soon. You guys gotta know that some of these amazing things exist. That's the power of 12 concealment right there. Is aggro on? That's a great question, Tumidin. No, it's not. That's right. All right, here we go. Please. That's amazing. Okay. 12 concealment means nothing. Okay. We have a problem. All right. So, what is the problem? All right. Well, let's look at the... So this guy is using... Hold on, I'll bring it back on screen in a second. Let me... This guy is using... the default dungeon aggro template. Okay, so this guy has a 9-meter assist radius. All right. Here's the deal, okay? Right now, every NPC, just about, is set up to use a combination of sight, sound, and smell. The only one of these that is instant and automatically instant is smell. If smell scent aggro happens, it is immediate aggro. The other ones have built-in mitigations. So things like sight obviously is bound to like line of sight. So as a test, I'm going to show you guys, if we put both hearing and smell at 0 for a second, I want to demonstrate this for you. Aggro on, thank you. You guys need to, if you see that I'm missing aggro on, you need to spam those emotes so it'll get my attention. Give me a good one of those. Ogres have extra skill in smell pulling. Nice. Okay. So if we summon the same stalker, it now should only have sight aggro, which means as long as it's not facing me, then I should be able to run right by it, not have any issue. Right? So there's literally no way of aggroing it unless I'm in its line of sight. It can see me, and then it will... Okay, my point still stands, even with aggro effectively on. It will only attack me no matter how close I get or how much movement noise I make. And if I stay out of its line of sight, I'm safe. If I get into its line of sight, it will attack me. We've established this now. Okay. Okay. That is sight aggro, right? Aggro off. Aggro off. Okay. Now, hearing. Hearing is based on sound, and sound is based on movement. So if I do the same thing here, and I lower its sight aggro I'm going to do this. Hold on. Yeah, we'll drop this. So that's 14 and 20. We'll put that back. Don't let me forget that, chat. 14 and 20. We're going to give it only hearing aggro now. Spot, thank you for the bits. Joppa, any plans to fix the chests in the higher areas where people are hitting them with very low level characters? We do have some plans to address that, yeah. We do have some plans to address that. Okay, now the same stalker is in play. I'm actually going to aggro off initially here real quick to get in position. So I believe with only hearing aggro, even if I'm standing right in front of them, they won't attack me, right? This is to mimic the idea of an NPC, for example, being completely blind. So it's as if this NPC has no vision whatsoever right now. Their aggro is based entirely on movement. So if I move, the game considers me to be making noise if I'm moving. So as soon as I start moving around, this thing is noticing me, it's wanting to check things out, and then it sees me. And the idea with the way things I think are set up at the moment is that they attempt to move towards you if they hear you, and then that's where the third type of aggro kicks in, which is smell. And with the way things are set up right now, the reason why smell typically has a very small radius is to make the NPC have to get close enough to you to be able to notice you. There's a few issues with this that I've found as I've played the game, as I've seen it being played. And that is, so for example, the main issue that I've seen with it is it delays the aggro event, in my opinion, too much. It makes it too easy to get out of the way of NPCs. It makes it a little bit too easy to single pull NPCs by taking advantage of that kind of, more slowly checking things out or more slowly responding, as opposed to something like EverQuest or WoW or games where it's pretty like, if you get in range, they're going to attack you. So there's a couple of ways that we can slice this. But I will say this, to go back to the... I think I closed that window. Hold on. To go back to the initial thing, if we set this back to 14, 20, and we put the smell radius at 3, which is kind of where it kind of was intentionally set up to be that very small range. I think that's what's been breaking stealth, because I set the smell radius up to 8 from 3 for our dungeon, for our dungeon template, specifically to keep it from being too easy, even without stealth, to maneuver around NPCs without getting aggroed. And I think that's probably what's broken it. The problem with that, though, is that we can change it back but it's not going to affect the problem, I feel like, of... Because I'll give you an example. And this is something I've seen happen. I've seen an NPC get pulled into a group of players. And let's say maybe more... Like, I've seen it happen at the Terraformer camp, where I think it was 2 or maybe 3 NPCs got pulled into a group of players. The group wiped, except for 1 or 2 people. Those people did not engage at all in combat. But because the fight ended, and the 2 goblins that wiped everybody, when the last person died, that had threat with those goblins, when the last person died, those goblins were like 4 or 5 meters away and facing away from the other players left in the group. And because those group members were just standing or sitting there and not moving, those goblins wiped everyone else in the group and then just walked back without ever aggroing those players, because the goblins weren't facing them and they weren't moving. And when smell range is that small, it means there are a lot of opportunities where NPCs don't engage when they otherwise should. Like, in my opinion, if you pull goblins to your group and your group wipes, but you can just stay sitting or standing there, and the 5 meters away, like, or even 4 meters away, like, how far away is that? So, like, 5 meters, they're like right here. Imagine your whole group gets wiped, the NPC's right here, and you're just standing there and it's not attacking you. And it just goes back. Does that seem right? That doesn't seem right. It seems like if you're in that vicinity, you should get attacked. And that's the issue I have currently right now with smell. The way that I feel like, one of the ways I feel like this could go is, I like hearing and I like smell, but I kind of like it more if it's kind of a wholesale thing. Like, if every NPC had kind of a default setup, which was sight-based, and they had like an omnidirectional sight within a certain range. Because what I showed you before with like just the vision, the sight-based aggro, where you could be standing right behind the NPC and be right up on top of it, and it wouldn't attack you unless you were in its line of sight. If it had an omnidirectional sight range that was still affected by stealth because it's sight, but it was omnidirectional within a certain distance, I feel like that would solve it. And then we could have NPCs that were only hearing-based and only smell-based, and they would be in and of themselves their own kind of experience, as opposed to every NPC kind of having that trifecta. That makes the most sense in my head, but I want to be careful it's not like a subjective thing for me. Slappy Badger with 100 bits. Thank you so much. Any update on when we can expect spells past level 20 for Enchanter and Monk? I would say soonish. We just got one of the new skills in for Monk. Charm is going to be a big one for the Enchanter. That's going to help fill out some of that, like the upgrade. Charm and its upgrades is going to help fill out some of that 20 plus stuff. And then we just have some more work to do on just general upgrades. But I would expect over the next couple of patches to see those filled out. All right, so this is back. This is back to. So now let's go in stealth. This is now back to default settings using the. Whoops. I've got the shadow walk bug. Have any of you experienced this bug before, where you can't? trying to remember how to fix this. Dang, is my concealment working even without stealth? Or am I stealthed and just don't realize it? Or is my aggro off? Yeah. That's probably what it is. Okay. That's probably why I couldn't stealth either. No, it's not. Okay. I'm gonna camp out and come back in. JD Punk, nice. That's a nice chat bubble bug. Every once in a while you get blessed with a really good one. Fee Reality, Basic PR, Catalyst. Thank you so much for the follows. Appreciate that. Very much. Grumptech, thanks for the prime. I appreciate that, Grumptech. Yeah, there will be items, there will be potions, there will be abilities and things like that to help with the different forms of aggro for sure. Yeah. Okay, so now that's obviously, I mean, that definitely feels stealthy, but let's take the hood off. Let's just use the food. Let's take the food off. Okay. Ingo, thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate that. Thank you for the 4 months of support. Thank you so much. That was very appreciated. Yeah, that looked better. That definitely looked better. So without anything at all, let me get my level back up. Both level 11, even con. Can I walk this path past it? Let's see. Okay. Walk the edge of the path. Okay. Is my aggro on? It's not. Let's try this again. Walk the path past it. Okay. Okay. Try to walk right next to it. Okay. Let me circle back around and walk even closer. It smelled me. Okay, so that... Now see, that, for stealthing purposes, that feels really good. But it's the situations outside of stealth where... And yeah, I agree, it seems a little too... That seemed a little too strong. Like, there doesn't seem to be any... like, if we were gonna like dial this in purely from like a smell radius perspective, then I feel like... a 5... I mean, honestly, even like a 6, but we'll say 5 meter radius feels a little more reasonable. Because when I was first doing this, I was expecting the path, the distance of this thing away from the path, with, again, with no concealment, to be like a little bit hairy. Like, that's pretty close to something that's, you know, your level. How far away is that? .81. So like that's a 5 meter. Let's try 5 meters and then let's try it with food. So it's set to 5 meters now. But again, the problem is with the smell radius being the only instant aggro and it being that small, it provides so many opportunities outside of a very small range to... You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I don't know I could say it any clearer than that. Samram TTV, if you turn on your own personal nameplate, like if you go up into the the graphics options and click show my nameplate, that should cause you to see your own chat bubble. Yeah, Tumidin, a multiplier if you're recently in combat for smell, but what happens if you're not in combat? Like in the situation I described earlier, the player didn't do... The player, I think in one case, the player was just AFK when it happened. And so they came back to everybody dead, but they were still alive because the NPC didn't... Like, they were never in combat. Oh, you're talking about if the NPC was in combat. Now I'm with you. Gotcha. Gotcha. I see. Just thinking through that a little bit. What are the ramifications of that for other players? Maybe, potentially. Ladrid, Rinsler, Sauntor, Cyand, Rad, Rob, and Postmodern Spectacle. Thank you all so much for the follows. Thank you for being here. Lydon, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate that so much. AK, thank you so much for the tier 1 as well. And the 3 months of support. Thanks for all the hard work. I get some rest. Get some rest and keep being great at what you do, brother. Thank you so much, AK. It is much appreciated. Arthax with the raid. Arthax, thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate that. Welcome to you all. Thank you for coming to hang out. We are currently talking stealth and aggro and taking a look at tweaking things a little bit to make our rogues a little bit happier with their stealth ability. We could have stealth effect smell as well. Lil Malt, thank you so much for the Prime. Thank you for the 5 months of support. That is much appreciated. Thanks for all the hard work you put into EA already. Will there be more content soon for levels 14 to 16 in Wild's End? Yes, but I will say that I think there are content pockets that I don't know that players have found yet that work pretty well for that level. But that said, I want to flesh out some of the size and the density of those pockets as well. Like the Iron Root Orcs, for example, there needs to be quite a few more camps, and the camps need to be a little bit more populated. And I want to give that treatment to a few of the other NPCs in that level range in Wild's End. All right. So we just bumped it up to 5 meters. And I've got the Shadow Walk bug again because it does not like the reset. I'll take a look at that, Janguli. Yeah, I'll make sure. Hopefully we didn't overlook those levels specifically. Okay. That's a good question, Drake, and that's a good question for Steve, actually. See if he could get that supported. All right. Stealth, aggro is on. Now we're at a 5 meter smelling distance. Let's see. Now I want to try it with the food. But see, gosh, as much as I love the hearing and the smell, it incorporates just ways of like complicating systems like this, because when we first implemented the stealth system, we implemented it to be almost exactly like the WoW World of Warcraft stealth system, where there was a certain distance away from a mob that beyond that they couldn't see you at all if you were stealth, right? You cross that threshold and there's like a mid-range distance where they're not going to attack you, but they're going to turn and look at you to let you know that, hey, not only would they turn and look at you, but if you stopped and you stayed there, they would eventually attack you. And I thought that was really well done, because you're stealthing around. You don't necessarily know how close the distance is before a mob will see you. But if you're stealthed and you get within a certain range, that mob, like I bet if we're in sight distance here, we could probably see it happen, maybe. But that's the way it used to work, is once you get into that mid-range where they were capable of kind of sniffing you out, they would turn and look at you. And if you lingered, they would eventually aggro. But then if you went past that, there was like a third range, the closest range, where they would see through it guaranteed. And I felt like that system worked really well in WoW, and it worked really well here when we had it. With the refactor and a lot of the different overhauls, we lost a lot of that system. And now I feel like stealth detection is handled primarily through kind of that instant, like you're either invisible or you're within smelling distance. And that's kind of the way that's kind of the off-on of stealth right now, that I would like for us to be able to go back to that earlier system. But I'm not sure the best way to do it without getting like overcomplicated with trying to manage all three of the senses. Because the other way it worked in WoW that I thought worked really well is that when you were behind the target, those distances changed, where you could get even closer when you were behind something. My aggro's off. There will definitely be a distract skill, but right now, sight doesn't matter as much with stealth like they used to be. Like, as long as I'm not in smelling distance, I think hearing maybe no, I think stealth muffles the sound that you make. So I think it is just smell range. But there's no difference from in front or behind. So if I get close enough from behind, it'll still aggro me because of the smell range. And I keep saying I'm going to try it with food, and I keep not doing that. So let me do that. All right, let's eat our food. Our food where is our food? All right. But see, I don't know if I like the idea of stench being something that you're managing for everything. Like, I kind of like the idea of, I don't know. I feel like certain NPCs, I like the idea of certain NPCs being sound and smell oriented. And it's like a unique aspect of those specific NPCs. I feel like if you're constantly managing sight, sound, and smell for every single NPC, I feel like it's like, I don't know. All right, we've got 2 extra concealment now. Let's see how this changes things. Is aggro on? Okay. So I'm going to walk the same kind of... Okay. I'm going to put some gear on so I'm not dying to this thing constantly. Let's get some seeping gear on. Okay, aggro on. I like, and to be clear on this too, I like the idea of there being things that mask scent, muffle sound, all that kind of stuff. And you need those things for certain content, but not for everything. Like, you know, in a place where it's really dark and there's no, everything down there is like blind, for example, but their hearing is really high, then rogues would obviously have a huge advantage in that area. But then there's a buff, like let's say called soundless or something like that, that lowers the sound that all classes make. And there's boots and other items that you can get that muffle the sound that you make. And you have those as situational gear that you have to use in certain environments, but not everything. You know what I mean? Okay, aggro on. So we've got 2 extra concealment. Let's set our level. Keep everything same. Can we get by you? Oh, okay. Let me see if I can manually... What's my concealment? Where's my concealment? There it is. Zero concealment. What? Does this change when I put the helmet on? Okay, 10 concealment from the helmet, so that's working. Is the food? No. Whoa. Hold on. Oh. Does it only work when you're in stealth? Okay, hold on. So if I go... Let's see what happens. When I go into stealth, I have 23 concealment. And then if I eat Stalker's Pie, I still don't have anything. Hold on. I'm going to see if I can... Let's see if I can get this to work. The pie is a lie. What have you done to my pie? Liar's pie. The Kellenen, thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate that big time. Hoth1234, Jin, 0092. I know you guys are probably like, Joppa, why are you reading the numbers? Why do you read the numbers every time? I can feel it. I can feel the judgment flowing through the screen. Hoth, Jin, G-Car, and Versago, thank you so much for the follows. Appreciate you being here. Did this just start? Nope. We've been going for just about 2 hours now. Okay, let's see what this is doing now. No concealment. If I eat the pie, no concealment. If I go stealth, reset's breaking my stealth. "24-hour stream. Maybe one day, not today. Not today." "23 concealment if I ate the food." Okay, it's still not working. Look at that ping, chat. That's the ping. If I put the hat on, it should be an extra 10. That takes me up to 33. So the reason why the buff's being weird is because it's not just giving you a flat amount of concealment. It's checking for the stealth status. Like the way it's set up is to only work while you're in stealth and not to just give you concealment at all times, no matter what. Let me try something. Let's try this. Maybe if I'm not in stealth when I reset, maybe it'll be okay. Mm-hmm. Thick slap. I would like to see that. Yeah. I would like to see that. We're going to have a lot more freedom to do things like that once Mastery's back in. But for warriors especially, I think there's potential for something like a stance system where they at least would have 2 stances to choose from. One more defensive oriented, utilizing shields. One more offensive oriented, utilizing 2 like dual wield or two-handers. Here's the deal, though. I'm not necessarily interested in creating a game where there is this like wide variety of specs and classes are able to like, you know, have like multiple different role specs that they have. It's just kind of a balancing nightmare, and I think degrades some of that classic spirit. So what I'm interested in though is warriors being able to, for example, go into this offensive stance, put on a two-hander, not have to worry about shields, and provide like a decent backup DPS role in their group if there's like another warrior present or there's already a tank and you're only doing off tanking but wanting to provide some DPS. I think that's cool. And also it would give them, you know, maybe some different options, and like if they're soloing, you know, for a period of time or whatever. But I don't know that I'm necessarily interested in like a WoW talent system where you have like a protection paladin, a holy paladin, and a ret paladin or anything like that. I don't think I want to take it that far. All right, here we go. Yeah, we're gonna get that bug every time we reset. That's really annoying. Why would you say it feels de-incentivized, Butchunder? Ilspez, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. No, that's not working either. I'm gonna try one more thing. If this does not work, then I'm gonna move on and let a programmer look at it. I've already spent too much time on it. Feign Death's a whole nother animal too, and Feign Death also needs a good amount of work and attention for sure. For sure. It's funny. It's funny that some of these abilities, some of these mechanics that, you know, you saw in EverQuest, for example, how tricky they prove to be, trying to incorporate them into a game with a lot of additional mechanics going on. It's been tricky. Stealth can be broken, right? Yeah. All right, what did Butchunder have to say? Did you follow up with anything, Butchunder? They don't hold their own weight damage-wise compared to full DPS class. I mean, from what I've seen, I could be wrong. Ever get a response in the Black Moon? Hold on. No, not yet. No response yet. From what I've seen is that it seems like off-tanking is actually not like is kind of a viable thing. I don't want to do that. All right. Let's check it. Concealment's at 10 with stealth. It's at 33. Yeah, no, it's not working. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to set this to... See? I was going to set it to just give 2 concealment regardless of being in the stealth state, but I'm not going to do that. I don't know if we want concealment to work outside of a stealth state regardless. Like, I feel like if concealment works at all times, that could be really problematic. Because there are going to be items in the game that allow for stealthing. Not permanent stealth like rogues get, but a duration-based stealth. So you could be, you know, a warrior and actually have a clicky item that gives you a duration-based stealth. I would love for that to be where concealment comes into play. So it's actually something that plus of invisibility matters. So if you get invisibility cast on you, your concealment would also affect how powerful your invisibility is. Because we plan for invisibility and stealth to work in similar ways. And have some of the same similar, like, risks involved to them. And concealment being... So concealment, even if it was only purely, like, if we went into code and said, like, in the code itself, like, concealment only applies if you are invisible or stealthed, then it wouldn't matter. Then I could put +2 concealment on there at all times, and it would be fine. In fact, Steve, if you're able, can you confirm that for me, whether or not there's anything in code right now that's constraining concealment, the concealment stat, to only work with stealth and invisibility? Or can you have concealment? Is concealment working for you at all times? That'd be interesting. But yeah, I think for right now, I'm going to just have this give a flat 2 concealment regardless of being in stealth. I'd rather things just work, you know? And yeah. All right, one more round. Nice, Crast. Off until the 3rd. Time to play Pantheon nonstop. Yeah. Any news on bod release or ref ETA? No, not yet. Not yet. I know, we still got a lot of solo stuff to do, don't we? We're going to do that as soon as we end this. Apple White. They should give off light. Do they not? I guess they don't if you're asking. Drake, and if it's already coded that way, then yeah. But I'm not sure if it's already coded that way or not. But I'm still going to go ahead and put it on there anyway. because +2 isn't going to break anything. Hold on a sec. My mom's calling. Hold on. Sorry about that. All right. Okay, let's go ahead and just camp out one more time. Will there be C invis, concealment, C? What's SOS? Yes, there will be. So there's a counterpart stat to concealment called awareness. And awareness is another stat that you can improve on your own so that as we start getting more and more stealthed NPCs in the game, that you'll be able to actually see stealth NPCs easier and more effectively the higher your awareness is. My mom says we need to nerf the rogue. Sorry, guys. Yeah. How did you know? Which obviously has big ramifications for like PvP, for example. Not that someone named Player Killer would be necessarily interested in that, but you know. All right. Concealment is 10. With stealth, concealment is 33. So far, so good. 35. There we go. Okay. So Stalker Spy works now as of next patch. Obviously, we want to get that eventually tied to being in the stealth state. But now, what I'm interested in trying is actually going back and trying our little experiment here. Level 11. Aggro. All right, we're stealthed only with, I took the headpiece off, so we should only have 12 concealment now. We have 20, oh yeah, we should have 25 because we have 23 base with stealth. So let's check it out. Okay, so yeah, I mean that at least feels like an abundantly more effective stealth situation for the rogues, and it leaves that nice headroom for concealment to matter. So when you get an extra point of concealment or two, then that's going to make a big. Actually, though. I mean, we got into this. So that's the key, though, with this, right? Is depending on how big the smell range is. See, that's where I keep coming back to this issue of like to make stealth and invisibility and concealment feel like it matters. Like, this is already really close, right? And because we extended that smell radius to keep you from being able to get ridiculously close, even at a baseline, but now it's like, I can't even necessarily feel the effects of concealment. Does that make sense? I'm not sure if I phrased that well. If I put that smell radius back to 3 meters, like, whether I've got concealment or not, I'm going to be, like, I'm just going to be able to get so ridiculously, I mean, I know my aggro's off right now, but I'm going to be able to get so ridiculously close. Well, smell being a thing, I mean, like, if that's affecting Feign Death, that's kind of a deeper issue, because if you're in melee range fighting something, you know, right, you know, well within a 3 meter range, and you flop, like, you're, even if it was only 3 meters, you're still within that 3 meter range Feign Death. So if smell is interrupting Feign Death or breaking that, then we're gonna have to do something more to fix that, you know. Yeah, we don't know if it is or not. I'm just saying. There's quite a bit that isn't working exactly as it should with Feign Death, so it wouldn't surprise me if it's a different issue. I mean, honestly, where I'm at right now is I feel like I love the way hearing and smell work. But I think it would be good to use those on specific NPCs and not have smell or hearing in play at all for the standard NPC template, and just have our current site aggro, and then have an omni-site radius, and that omni-site radius is kind of what governs the instant aggro. Like, when you just get in range of something that aggroes it, there's like an instant, or there's like an omni kind of proximity aggro. You wouldn't even need to call it site at that point. You say everything has a instant proximity aggro within a certain range when you get close enough to it. And then that would be affected by stealth. Stealth would change that. Yeah, that's what smell is at this point, but when I increase smell to be large enough to instant aggro omnidirectionally, it breaks stealth. We might need to. If we want to keep smell and hearing on everything, which, but yeah, if we're going to keep it on everything, we probably need stealth to adjust smell. Or I would say concealment to adjust smell. Okay. Yeah, I think concealment, I think it just needs to be simplified. And I think a good simplification would be concealment in and of itself kind of being a catch-all. Concealment should adjust sight, hearing, and smell all in one. And the more concealment you have, the more those things are adjusted. I think that's just the simplest way to do it. That way we don't have to worry about, having ulterior ways of masking sound and smell and sight in different ways. Increasing your concealment increases everything that relates to visibility, just like increasing your awareness relates to your ability to perceive hidden things. I think that's probably the best, simplest way to do it, and it makes concealment a really nice, exciting, powerful stat, which makes it feel good to get it, which is good. I think that's kind of, as of right now, I think that's probably the best approach. And then with Feign Death, we can do some digging and see if there's anything smell related or anything like that, which might be affecting it. $45 Kara and Mamushka. Thank you for the follows. Yeah, 2 minutes it does. But that's the thing, though, is I think we need to make sure that concealment is only working when you are concealed. It's not like just I'm running around, just like normal, and I have really high concealment and nothing can see me. But obviously for rogues, when stealthed, for casters that can make themselves invisible, makes sense. And then because you can make other people invisible, if someone casts invisibility on me, my concealment, like the invisibility spell in and of itself is going to provide a concealment bonus, but my concealment should also factor into that. So I think that feels compelling to me. Oh, did you already confirm that, Steve, that it only applies when you're in stealth? Does that include invisibility as well? Like the invisible state? They kind of work the same way, from what you can tell? Not that you see? Okay. All right. Okay. Cool. Well, all right. Then I think for now, we can call this one, at least for the time being. If we get that would be the next step then, is let's get smell rolled into concealment. That would be good. Cool. All right. Switching gears. Great stuff. By the way, thanks all so much for the help, the insight. Let's see if the deer are working. Can summon a few of those here. Okay. Why would any of you absolute monsters want to kill this? I better not see anybody skinning one of these. All right. Well, if we can get the if we can get that just normal idle, the leg situation figured out, then we should be good. Where did the fawn go? Did it run away? Oh yeah, because it's skittish. Or it got eaten by a scorpion. All right. All right. Well, the deers are the deers are. Oh, there's the fawn. Okay. We good. We good. Okay. All right. Yeah, Nerdin, that is planned to be fixed, like the ability to do the quests that are in Avelia if you end up moving and transplanting to that location. That's definitely part of the overall kind of like polish that we need to do between the two starting areas. There's we're not quite there yet, but it will happen. It will happen. Okay, let me do this. And this. So, soloing paths. So in Wild's End, I think many of you at this stage are familiar with some of the group-related camps, the goblins, the undead, the feralings. I haven't heard a whole lot about the Morvaki. Has anybody spent any time with the Morvaki? Have any Morvaki battlers in chat? Been killed by them, been killed by them, been killed by them. They only go to level 14. So one of the things I'm thinking, and you guys can check me on this if this feels off to you, but like the main right now anyway, the main dungeon area in Wild's End is the outdoor dungeon, the Brine Claw, the giant ruins essentially. And like the Goblin Caves, it's kind of the Goblin Cave equivalent in this region. And I like that that is a group only, or kind of a group, I shouldn't say group only, but it's a group-based POI. What I'm thinking is, when I think of the goblin camps, like down here, for example, somebody please remind me also to fix the ranger trait NPC that's slaughtering ogres. I don't want to forget that. So this area here, this little goblin camp, I love this camp. And I love the various goblin camps that we have. So one thought I've had is, instead of sprinkling in like solo NPCs into these camps, do we just, like, I could create a new kind of version of these NPCs, like a new kind of cast, like a new version of the Flicker Mage, new version of the Thrasher, make them solo equivalents, and then create some additional goblin camps that are solo camps, some additional Feruling camps that are solo camps, some additional Morvaki areas that are solo areas, and kind of base them off the same layout and style, but have them be soloable. There would be the drop chance for the uncommon items would be less. Like they would have a bit lower of a drop chance for the uncommon items, but it would be at least a potential path towards gearing. And then in each of those areas, would have, you know, in the same way, a chance for like uncommons to spawn and potentially get, you know, there would not be ultra rares for the most part in solo camps, I don't think, but the potential for a rare or two, I think would be cool as well. I think that to me feels like a good way to create a path for soloing or for small groups to get access to gear. Tim O, thank you so much for the Prime sub, and Ingenious Clown, thank you for the Prime sub as well. Thank you. Astrofried, Jogun, Little Bit, Wizthane, and Korgoth, thank you for the follows. Yeah, less density too. Yeah. Yep. AVP cards took 3 of them 15 minutes to kill a Gadai. Okay, I'll make a note of that. Sorry if my son is bleeding into the mic. By the way, he's playing I think Madden with a friend. The Wraiths in HC right now are not considered undead for smite purposes. Is that on purpose? It is, because they are not actually undead. They are unmortal, which is different. So they are considered an incorporeal entity type, not an undead entity type. Are you winning, son? Sounds like it. Applewhite, yes. The lava minion should give off light. I love that this game is still hitting peak concurrent users a week post-launch. Yeah. Yeah, I was talking about that at the beginning of the stream a little bit, that our concurrency trends are actually going up, which is so cool. So cool. Let's see. Yeah, even with Ashes out. It's really cool. One sec. Okay, sorry chat, just reading up on some internal messages real quick. Looks like we might have another patch coming up here real quick. Actually, it's not. Hold on. Okay. It looks like there's an issue going on. You guys may be more aware of this than I am. Looks like there's an issue going on with like some Steam users. Where new Steam purchases are not able to log in. That we are trying to address, and there may be a patch coming up here pretty soon to address that. But that is not, if that ends up happening, that's not the same as the content patch, where I'm still needing a little bit more time to get some of that in. So we might end up doing another patch tomorrow. I don't, yeah, I'm not going to be able to get these changes we've just been making committed in time to make that. But assuming that this patch goes in and goes well to fix some of these new user issues, then I'm pretty sure we'll be able to lift that new character embargo off of Black Moon here pretty soon. Yeah. Minimum charge. Thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, it is. Lifting that is definitely coming. Hopefully very soon. Okay, so back to the topic. That's kind of what I'm thinking right now in terms of solo content, and that's what I'd like to start trying to work on and layering that in. The question is, there's the quicker way to do it and the harder way to do it, or the longer way to do it, and that is how much world building is needed to substantiate it. So, for example, with this particular Feral camp, so I built out this camp, placed like the structures, placed the various things, and then Tim and I worked on populating this area. If we wanted to do some amount of like solo content themed after the Feralings, there's the potential of building out another area like this and then using that as the solo area, or it would be having having non-group Feralings more kind of wandering around and in pockets around the outside of this. And potentially giving them a bit of a lower respawn time since there aren't quite as many. Yeah, Feralings. And the reason I'm saying, I mean, yeah, both is a good approach. I'm just saying, like, right now I'm thinking in terms of getting these things in more quickly, so they can just be in, sooner, and there will be time later to come in and kind of massage in a little bit more. So I guess what I'm saying is both, yes, but I'm thinking about doing the latter one now to get them in sooner, and then we can circle back later and do more. Hey, Joppa, have you tried right-clicking on the game tab and selecting maximize? I mean, why would I do that? Why would I do that? That's only improving the viewing experience, decluttering the screen. Thanks, Rob, by the way. Bamboozler, yes, you can. As soon as we get the changes in for light sources where you don't have to have them actually equipped, but they can emit light from your inventory, then we're absolutely gonna be bringing some of those back. For those of you that have tried your hand at the Feraling camps and ran away screaming, what was it that was the biggest issue? I've heard from several people that these camps were just overwhelming and really difficult. Can you give me an idea of what the biggest issue was? They hit like a truck, huge aggro range, too low level. Okay, you guys do know that level plays an issue or plays a part in aggro range. So if you are every level you are below an NPC up until they turn red, you're increasing their total aggro range. So if you're coming in here, 3 or 4 levels below the mobs, then they're going to have a much larger radius. Actually, though, let me check one thing. Hold on. Ooh, okay. Okay. I think I understand the issue. Yeah. Yep, we're gonna fix that right now. They're using the strong sight. The strong sight aggro template instead of the dungeon. And I use the dungeon aggro template on any of our like humanoid densely packed camp type areas. So it's the exact same reason why the manor, the spirit manor originally was avoided. Because of this. So this should help quite a bit. Boom. Okay, cool. Now maybe some more people get it a try. Give it a try. It is a tough little area though, but there's some good stuff here. Good stuff. Come EXP grind with you tonight? I would love to. I've been actually kind of jonesing to get in and play a little bit. No, we can't solo camps of red mobs make it easier. To be fair, I'm not making it any easier, except the aggro template that they had on them was not meant for this kind of an area. It's way too. Yeah. It was a little, for this level especially, because you're limited on what tools you have as a class, even at this level, to manage multiple ads and things like that. Is it Owa Tatsumi? Or Owa? How should I pronounce your name? Which would you prefer? Because the answer to your question is yes, lanterns, indeed. Yeah, we'll have /duel eventually, for sure. Can I make the classes less fun? I want to play all of them. And it's becoming an issue. Appreciate it. Owa Tatsumi is correct, but Owa for short. Right on. Well, the funny thing is we used to have lantern belts. For those of you that are more new to the game. And wait, what? We which one? I mean, here's mine, but mine's like massively overpowered lighting. But these are actually like belt slots that are intended to have like a little like lantern graphic that appears on the side of the belt, and they were originally devised to like get it out of your hands. But now that we're moving to like the inventory based approach, eventually, like once that's done, this torch in my inventory would be the thing that would be giving off light. And the way we're planning on doing it as kind of treating it as like an order based thing. So whatever light source you have kind of in the first slot that it comes to is the one that it will use. If you want to take your light source off, then like let's say it was in my inventory giving light. If I wanted it to stop giving light, I would need to put it in a backpack, so it was not in my open inventory. And then whatever it finds first would be the one that it counted. So if you had like a torch, a fire beetle eye, a light stone, or whatever, it's going to count the thing that comes to first. And then we might even experiment with doing like a limited duration on things like torches and lower level light sources, and then being able to graduate into eventually like permanent, you know, infinite light sources, things like that. Minimum charge. Thanks so much for the follow. So, okay. Go over to the Morvaki here. I feel like the Morvaki as a whole could probably be solo NPCs. And then we could have like a section of more Morvaki over in some of this area where there's like a group based spot. But I think they would work really well as solo NPCs, honestly. Oh my goodness. So creepy. I love it. Are you winning, son? Are they surrounded by group tidal creatures? No, I don't think so. I think the crocodiles over here. I don't think they're. Dude, how foreboding is it at nighttime? Like this, I feel like I love this so much. Hey, buddy. So yeah, these are non-elite. Nope, back in the water. Nope. Hey, Tater Vader, thank you so much for the prime. It is much appreciated. Thank you. I don't think I can equip this, actually. No. Can't see what I'm doing at all. The moon's coming out now. It's all right. Stick to the road. Where's the road? For those of you that are just tuning in, maybe haven't seen this yet, the some of the denizens of Wilds and some of the halflings of Sorhira have decided to spend some time laying a trail. At least up until this point. And from here, it's kind of up to you. Kind of leads you out to kind of the very fringe of what would be considered the newbie area. And then it's like, if you want to go further, good luck. But yeah, somebody said earlier, utilizing in more environmental elements for light sources, and I completely agree. We've got some areas where we have some accentuated moonlight, and especially in the newbie area, there's some good kind of distance-based POIs with lights and stuff. But I want to do more of some of what we did in the giant ruins, specifically using fireflies. I can get a good example on screen. There we go. There they are. Except they're not actually, they should be giving off some nameplate light. And fix that. Yeah, Thick Slab, I'd like to see a good bit more bioluminescence in the zone for sure. So now, all right, let's switch gears here a little bit and actually go into the I enjoy not finishing my sentences. We're going to go into Odin, and I want to take a look at some places in Wild's End right now that I want to get some feedback from you guys on with potential solo friendly areas. KC Barbecue, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thank you for the 2 months of support. It is much appreciated. Chris Frozen, that's a name I haven't seen in a while. How are you doing, man? How are you doing? Have you been able to play any EA yet? Rhizome and Tanire, thank you so much for the follows. Oh, nice, nice. Nice, Chris. That's good to hear. Okay, let's see. Let it load fully. Okay. Come on, load. For those of you that maybe are new to the stream, this is called what we call Odin. And it is where we do our kind of visual data based development. So this is where the NPCs live, where we place NPCs, we place NPC routines. It's where we place triggers, invisible triggers for things like climate, things like perception triggers, where it's where we place world items like chests and crates and things like that. It's the visual environment that we use to kind of see the world as it is, like see the environment as it is, but then interact with the data. And on a smaller level, like these pink lines represent the routine paths that the NPCs will walk. Each one of these little nodes is, a place where we can make the NPC stop if we want to, or perform different actions. We can determine like how long they stop, where they look, things like that. The actual spawn points of the NPCs, if it's a stationary NPC, this is where we set them up, like guards that are just there to like, stand still and kind of be in a specific spot. But what I wanted to do here is there's a couple of places I wanted to look at. One of them is these trapper caves, and I think these trappers were changed recently to be group NPCs, and we want to put them back to solo NPCs. And I think this would be a good place to, or a good NPC type to kind of have an AVP as a humanoid option for soloing. But also wanted to get some feedback from you guys as to how that feels. I mean, are any of you even spending any time in these trapper caves? If you're not, I can understand why, because there's no lighting in here. But probably just to like pull them out. But I just think this would be like these smaller little spots. I think would be great for. That's something that Mark and I both agreed on, that they'd be really good for solo. Yeah, right on. Okay. Maybe Peltmaster could be a normal name. Yeah, agreed. I agree. Where's the invisible wall? You like not having the lighting? I think more people will be much happier with places that are dark once they don't have to carry their torches. That's what I think. And I don't blame them. Go to the other side of the zone. Okay. I don't even remember where this other one is, to be completely honest. been a minute. Wait. Oh, you're talking... I know what you're talking about now. Sorry. Talking about the one over here. Gate there. Okay, so it should be right here. So this one's blocked off, right? Okay. We need to... Okay, I'm actually going to back out of Odin for a second, because while I have this fresh on my mind, I want to fix some of these collision issues, because Mad Run's blocked too, and I need to fix that. Yeah, so, okay. So once we're done here today, these will be back to being non-chevron. I hate that chevron has become the name. And the reality is, based on a chat I was having with Mark the other day, it's possible that we might be able eventually to get rid of the group non-group completely. And just have there's a few paths that we can see, maybe just one valid path that we can see where that will work. Now, please don't bank on that. Okay? Like, don't... I know that I can be vague sometimes. I know that I can say things sometimes that I'm pretty confident we're going to do it, and I say it in a way that's like, this is me saying we might keep it exactly the way that it is right now. And a lot of that's going to come down to like what's easiest for us to do. There's a lot of game to make. And so again, just don't get your heart set on that. But I think it's definitely something worthy of some thought. And I would, at the end of the day, I would like for us to not have to have group, non-group delineations. I really would. That's where I would like to get to. But we'll see. But I don't want to get bogged down on that. I just throwing it out there because it is something that we're looking at. But in the meantime, I really want to make sure that some of these other areas are genuinely interesting for you guys and are able to be soloed. We have enough of that. I mean, I don't dislike the concept of elite NPCs either. I think if we got rid of the chevron, if we had like a cool nameplate graphic that, you know, was clearly something different, and it just became, you know, like, I don't know, had an actual name to it, like these are deadly NPCs or elites. I don't mind elites or whatever. I just, if we decide to stick with it, I think we can make it feel better than it does right now. Yeah, like put a skull on it or something. Ramsey, will there be gear and spells that allow us to explore more underwater? Oh my goodness, yes. That's going to be like a huge whole like side of the exploration of this game is the underwater element. And my goal is for Underwater and Pantheon to feel very much like Subnautica, where you're not it's not about creating overland content underwater where you're just fighting NPCs and doing the same thing you do on the land as you do underwater. The goal is to create a foreboding, immense, mysterious, unsettling, vast place to just explore. And it is a very much more of an exploration-driven experience, a resource-gathering experience, finding, you know, sunken treasure, rare gatherables, but then on occasion there being enemies. On occasion there being, you know, dungeons, caves, PvE type content to explore. On occasion there being you know, these massive leviathans, sea dragons, these horrendously, terrifyingly large sea creatures. But then on other occasions, there being these beautiful, you know, neutral NPCs, friendly NPC, you know, like I just want it to be like so different than what underwater has come to be in these MMOs. Yeah, I don't want it to be like a Guild Wars 2 or a WoW type underwater system where you're just doing the same thing you do on land, just underwater. And I want you to have real pause when you decide to get in the water. Like, do I really want to do this? That kind of thing. All right. Okay, yeah, that'll do it nicely. That where are you? Do you think this might be part of the problem, guys? I don't know. It seems like it could create a little bit of an issue getting in here. I'm not an expert, so I don't know, but maybe. Just maybe. We're free. It's a lead at least, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it might lead us to the actual issue. Yeah. Okay, cool. Where else is blocked off right now? Anything else other than Mad Run? Willing to comment on Manor Basement? It's going to be a thing. It's going to be a thing. Let's get Mad Run fixed here. Stay out of the haze for a second. Okay, Mad Run, where are you? Is the check. Spoiler warning, by the way. Avert your eyes if you wish for them to be averted. Okay, just making sure there wasn't anything. All right. Okay. The burrow camp. The burrow camp. Fragile Hacks, thanks so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. Tanire, Blue Sluice, Exodus, Calmore, Mayimbe, Slayer, Sessionable, Vicwibin, Melonbirth C, Poor Bass. Thank you so much for the follows. Thank you all so much for being here. Forever Wolf, Shogun, and the D3D Bard. Thank you so much for the follows. Thank you all. Thanks for being here and hanging out. When's the basement coming to Manor? Okay, well, for one thing, to correct that thought, the Spirit Manor is not intended or going to be like Unrest. There is a different area that we have planned to be kind of our Unrest-inspired dungeon, and that area is called Seville Manor, and that's not in right now. So, but that being said, the plan is for the Spirit Manor to have an underground area, kind of like a crypt-like area that we'll get in eventually, but I don't have an ETA on that just yet. We're more focused on kind of like getting some of the new parts of the world that we've just opened up a little more dialed in, and we'll circle back on that eventually. Yeah. Modiesel, Grizza, Kimosabi, thank you so much for the follows. Really appreciate you guys being here and hanging out. Steve Fence, thanks so much for the Prime and the 4 months of support. It is much appreciated, Steve. Thank you. Korgoth, I see those bits. Thank you for the 500 bits. Truly, truly. Thank you. Big time. Thank you so much. Westmus with the gifted sub. Thank you so much, Westmus. Thank you. Thank you. The reason that we still have the hidden walls or the invisible walls around the caster starting area is because, number one, it's a time issue. If we take those walls down and players are able to, fall down or climb down off of that, there's a large portion of Throne Fast that is kind of untouched. That's earmarked for future content, future expansion of that area. And so we'd have to rework the zone border collision to allow for players that come down off of that plateau to actually be able to get down into the playable part of the zone right now. So it's just significantly easier to leave it up. I did do a pass on the resource nodes to try to move them further inward so they're not in or behind those walls. It sounds like there's still some that are, which kind of sucks. So I'll probably, either Neff or I will need to do another pass on moving those in a little bit to try to get the rest of them that might be stuck fixed. Yeah. Remove the barrier next to the manor drop off. We could. Well, here, fix the Jarrow camp. What's wrong with the Jarrow camp? Any idea when BRK will begin work? Probably in January. We'll start working on BRK. That's the next zone. Are the named in the hatchery supposed to be like 7 levels above the other spiders? No, they're not. No. Thank you for reporting that. Lost Night. Thank you, Maurizio June and Glenn Libet. Thank you so much. Or I'm sorry, Phoenix XR. Thank you for the follows. Glenn Libet, thank you for the Prime sub. Calmore, thank you for the tier 1. And Modiesel, thank you for the Prime. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate that. Irish Witch 09. Thank you for the follow. Thank you all so much for the support. Thank you for being here, hanging out. Any idea when server will be up again? Let me see. Let me see if I have an idea. No ETA on it just yet, sorry. Oh, nice. Yeah, Wardane might be updating you guys on Discord. Very cool. Check the Discord. Discord study. Helios Phoenix and Cyrael, thank you for the follows. Thank you so much for being here. Oh man, yeah, Irish Witch. It's a pleasure. It is a pleasure. I love that you guys are just here hanging out. And more than hanging out, like we're making a game here, folks. Okay, mobs when killing at the Jero camp, some spawn in the wall and walk through the wall. Oh, really? Okay. Well, let's take a look. Just feed him. It says, loving the game so far. Awesome. Thank you so much for that. I've been searching around, haven't found an answer, but what keeps y'all from going on GeForce now? I'm going to be honest, I don't know what that is. So, you know what I mean? I know what the NVIDIA GeForce graphics cards are, but I don't know what... is that like a game distribution? What is that? Cloud gaming service. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I gotcha. Okay, let's save this. Good to go there. All right, now we can... Were there any more collision-based issues? Anything else we want to address collision-wise before I hop out of this that you guys are aware of? Hey, Darkthal, thanks so much. Kimeros, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if the patch is going to grab that or not. I know that is a fix that's forthcoming, but... Leonil, 58 hours in Pantheon, and I am in love. That's awesome. That's so cool. That's so cool to hear. The cave in the river near Xyrus is supposed to be blocked off because it was blocked off due to no swimming. Now that swimming is in, it is no longer needing to be blocked off. So that's something I will hit soon. I want to get back into the editor here, though, real quick to check out some of these issues. P99 Frankenbeans, do not know yet. I don't have an ETA yet on the servers. Invisible wall blocking harvesting nodes above HC. Okay, I'll take a look. Odin is actually where our harvesting nodes are placed and stuff too, so that's the perfect time to do it. Yeah, the random zone lines in AVP, that's something that we're aware of. We fixed a few of those issues leading up to EA, but there's still a few more that we need to hit. Because we're eventually moving to seamless, like a seamless world without the zone lines, or without like the hard loading zone lines, then we've got a little bit of a different system we're using for handling the current zone lines that we're using. And unfortunately, it's a little bit, it's not ideal. It's temporary and it's not super ideal. So it can lead to some cases like that. Calico AOC is broken due to lag, login issues. Wish them luck, but I still like Pantheon better as it's more stable and less buggy janky. I mean, what I'll say to that is, those are things that will be addressed. So, in any game where you are experiencing things like that, whether it's Pantheon, AOC, any game that's destined for launch, destined for, like a real, product, they're going to fix that kind of stuff. it may take time, and a lot of it's really tricky. So that's a lot of what these tests are for, is figuring that kind of stuff out. But they'll definitely get that. They'll definitely get that nailed down for sure. But it's cool. I mean, it's cool. I'll say with the team that Ashes has, and the resources that Ashton has, and all that stuff, I'll say that I'm thankful that I don't see the two games as direct competitors, because AOC is just a very different kind of game. I mean, there's a lot of similarities, but it's just a different. The game has just very different DNA in a lot of ways, and so I think it will have a lot of crossover appeal. But it's they've got just an amazing team, and I am wishing them the best. I really like Steven too. The few times I've been able to meet Steven and kind of interact with him, once in person, and then we've done a couple of panels together. He's a good dude. Seems like a good guy. Power of Peace says, I praised the merits of this game to my old MMO friends for around 8 years. They're trying it for the first time since EA, and they all love it. You guys are right on the target. That is awesome to hear, man. Wow. I mean, you guys, I hope that's really, really good to hear. It's really good to hear those things. Thank you for saying that. Thank you for sharing that. Handmade Weapons with the resub the tier 1. Thank you for the 2 months of support, Handmade. I appreciate that. Making a game indeed. Darkthal with the 5 gifted subs. The 5 bomb. Thank you, Darkthal, for blasting those ads. Kimosabi with the tier 1. Thank you so much, Kimosabi. I appreciate that big time. Tabantha with the tier 1. 8 months of support, Tabantha. Thank you. You have been here from the beginning. It is so appreciated. Goodness. Thank you, guys. Yeah, it looks like the patch is up. Grab that patch. Kimasabi, what are you referring to? Are you referring to Pantheon? Hey, Chiquito, thank you so much for the Prime and the 5 months of support. That's awesome. Much appreciated. Leon Alex, thanks for the follow. Wuff81, Maynard Rockness? No. Maynard Rocknua. Nanite. Linear 12, M22, Hendrix, Axed, Oxborg, Yenarn, Sebeltwin, Kemeros, Darkwan, Morbid Gnosis, Corpse Tornado. Thank you all so much for the follows. Thanks for being here and hanging out. Linear 12, thanks for the Prime as well. Much appreciated. Any idea when a PvP server might be going online? Love your stream. Greetings from Germany. Hey, thank you, Dark One. I just talked about the PvP server again today, internally in a meeting. I don't want to put like a firm ETA on it, but my recommendation to our team has been to try and target a January, like a late January, early mid-February release for the PvP server or servers. Now that's my recommendation. That's not including the meetings that we need to have to discuss the viability of that, based on, you know, the fact that we need to make sure that we have rule sets that are developed. There's actually a lot of mining nodes up here that are not accessible. Like, yeah, you can't actually get up on this level right now. That's interesting. I'm not sure if I want to move these now that I'm looking at it, because we do eventually want that ledge to be accessible, and that's a lot of make work for Neff to move them and then potentially move them back. I'm going to leave them there for now. But anyway, that's that's not a verified date or time frame. That's my recommendation. And then we're going to be having some meetings once we come back from the taking some time for like Christmas and stuff to discuss that and put a hard date on it. Okay, the Joran camp. Let's check this out. So make sure there's no NPCs like. Is there a place in particular in the Joran camp that you're seeing the NPC issue? Just Feed, thank you so much for the follow. Tanire Drake, thank you so much for the Prime subs. It is much appreciated. Jennifer X, thank you for the follow as well. I see those bits. Calico, thank you so much. I started playing 2 days ago. Gargley says, really enjoy the experience so far, but one thing that gave me a migraine was a death by a random group type skitter at level 5. Took me 30 minutes to escape the dirty ganker CCing me to death over and over again. Where was this? Where did this horrific event befall you, Gargley? AK, it is the plan. We just don't have an ETA yet. Had to be in the starter cave. Yeah. It's on the hill, just next to the camp, right of the front gate. Looks like servers are back up. So like back where I just was. Oh, is this gate? And the issue is, what was the issue again? Or was it this? They'll walk through the wall. Like this thing? These rocks? Are you saying like when they flee, they'll run in through the wall? That's really interesting. Okay. Okay. I can take a look at that. Let me actually, I'll write that down. I'll take a look at that a little bit later. There's got to be something going on. I'm one like I don't know if any of you guys can verify this, but the places where you're seeing NPCs run through the rock, are you able to climb those rocks or collide with those rocks at all? Yep. Okay. Interesting. That's very interesting. It's strange that it's like right in this spot. I wonder if it has. Well, no, it doesn't. I mean, because there's plenty of places where mobs properly interact with collision even while they're fleeing. So, hmm. Now we can't log in back after the patch. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Yeah, it looks like the login server's down. Hold on. Hold tight. Hold tight. We got this. It's fun to see the login server hit so hard. Like so much harder than it's ever been hit. That's really fun. Not for our tech team. It's fun for me. It's not fun for them. But I'm sure they like it in their own way. Maybe. Fade to Perfects, thank you so much for the tier 1. I really appreciate that. Thank you all so much for the support. It's just, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, Lunch Cut, there is an issue with the Monk two-hander right now. We're aware of that. Fade to Perfect, I am a tech guy. He says, or they say, they think it sucks, but it's awesome at the same time. That sounds about right. Dougie Fresh says, yo, Joppa, how's the Steam and Early Access launch and numbers? You guys happy? We are very happy. Yeah. Yeah, the launch day was amazing. I mean, absolutely exceeded expectations. And the fact that we're, about a week in and we're seeing numbers continue to trend upward. They're not even like staying level and they're not going down. They're actually trending upward is really, really cool. Really cool. Like that doesn't do it justice. Like that's amazing. And it's, we'll see. Like, I don't know, if you ask me in another week, if you ask me in another week after that, if those numbers continue to trend, then that's a really good sign. And guys, you need to understand too, it goes beyond just Pantheon being viable and Pantheon being a good game. It's proving what I think we all hope is the case, and that is that there is still a sizable community out there that is interested in classic like MMORPGs. And that's the big deal. That's the really big deal. Because to be completely honest, when we started this project, I mean, I wasn't even around when the project first started, but from the time that I've been on this team and been working on Pantheon, a lot of time's gone by, right? And the phantom of that has always been in the back of our minds, and increasingly so as time goes on. Like, is there still enough people out there that want a game like this? Is it viable to run an MMORPG, a live MMORPG? Like, are there still enough people? And what the trend that we're seeing right now is that there are. Why do I hate Shaman? I don't. Yeah, Cornflake, 100%. My dad said he'd help you pay your student loans if you played Pantheon with him. That's a great. I mean, that's a pretty awesome deal, I think. Best patch note: the unfortunate typo in the name "Shifting Stone" has been corrected. Can only imagine what that was. That's awesome. That's awesome. Kirkana says Pantheon is one of those games that I think will get a player creep of people coming in. It's going to take a little getting used to for people that are more used to modern MMOs like WoW, but I think people will come to love this game in time. Nicely said. I tend to agree. I definitely see it as more of a slow growth, slow burn type thing. And I think, and it's good in that regard because it gives us time. You know, when you think about like the WoW Classic community, or when you think about, you know, people that maybe haven't even heard about the game yet or whatever, it's going to give us time before those demographics maybe are tapped to just get the game in that much of a better place. Because that's been a big goal of ours too, is to make the game feel polished enough and accessible enough that it's not going to turn people away immediately, because it's like, man, this game feels so antiquated, you know? It can feel classically spirited and not feel antiquated. Fade to Perfect, thank you so much for the tier 1. Thank you so much. It is much appreciated. Theosaurus, Nix, Kin, Bad Wookie, Fade to Perfect, Ninlock, Funk Duncan, Squeaky Ninja, Lunch Cut, Stone Civilian, Distinctness, and Kirkanis. Thank you all so much for the follows. It is much appreciated. Thank you. Picklock and Pickpocket are planned. I don't have an ETA on those yet, though. What's going on, Clinton? Used to chat, Bad Woogie said, used to chat with Brad all the time about this game. Many good combos, I bet they were. I definitely miss those Brad chats. It's a good times. Gadzooks, oh my heck, thank you for the prime. Farolina, the Ret Dream, thank you for the follow. Yeah, Mastery is disabled at the moment. We're finding it hard to find content in Wild Zen for level 14 to 18. I ended up going to the Manor and AVP Spiders to get the XP I needed. We tried the Orcs, but you need CC for them. There are red mobs that we cannot kill yet. Yeah, Applewhite, that's been reported pretty consistently, so I think we do have a gap there that we didn't intend. And I think the plan, at least my plan, is to use the Morvaki most likely to fill that out. And then I think we could probably bring like the bottom end of the Orc levels down just a tad to help fill that out. But yeah, we're going to take a look at that. JD with the 5 gifted. JD thank you so much, man. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate that. Big time. Ads blasted. Servers are up. Wait, when can I expect a green jumpsuit from Monk? Bushy Brow Sensei needs new disciples. Bushier Brow. Oh, man. Heard. Reference landed. Funk Duncan, I just bought the game. What class should I try first? Want to have as much fun and not die as much? I am going to let the community answer that one. Primus, is Lull going to make a comeback? What's wrong with Lull, Primus? It's bad. Well, what? Lull stinks. Wow. Okay. Hey, while we're figuring out what's wrong with Lull, the other change I wanted to run by you guys is, I talked about it a little earlier in the stream, but with our undead camps, thinking about kind of densifying the population here a little bit, but also making the nighttime population for these guys non-elite. So I think the undead camps... Well, here's the question I wanted to pose. The undead camp in Thrown Fast is a group camp. They're elite NPCs. The undead camps here in AVP are non-elite during the day and elite at night. So what is a nice little kind of like solo spot, small group spot during the day, at night, it kind of, it goes away. What do you guys, how do you guys feel about that dichotomy of it being like a group camp in Thrown Fast at the lower levels, but then like some of the higher level undead camps in here being non-elite? Yeah, that's the gut reaction I had too, is that while I like the idea, obviously, of there being different NPCs at night and nighttime kind of changing the way things feel, if you're going to have a camp that is, you know, soloable or small group during the day, to just boom, you know, switch it to that group at night, I think that feels kind of bad. So I think what I'm the way I think we should handle this is I think we should convert the two undead camps that are, you got the one over here and then the one on this side near Demeth, convert them to be non-group camps, and then I'd like for us to do a larger undead camp on this side of AVP that is like a group based, like a group NPC undead camp. We've got a lot of content that we need to fill in back here anyway, so I think that would be a good thing to do. Okay. Just wanted a gut check. Good. Yeah, especially with the big skelly. That's exactly it, yeah. Can it have grave markers and scary fog? We need more graves, don't we? We need some more graves in these areas. Every once in a while that thought hits me. It's like, man, we need more graveyards. How else are we going to have ones that you can like walk into the gravestone and push it open and reveal stairs? You know what I mean? Cool. Okay. Joppa, I think it would be cool to use that idea, but in a different way, kind of like the gnolls turning undead at night in like Raid. Yeah, I agree with that, Fiash. I think that's great. That's a great example too. Just to make it feel different at night, to kind of have that same feeling, like once night falls, it's like, you know, it kind of changes a little bit. And even level range can change slightly, as long as it's not going from like solo to group. I think that's cool. Okay. Login server came up for a little bit and then vomited and exploded. So we're back to working on it. We do. We need login queuing badly. That's something that we wanted to get in before EA. Yeah, so back to Lull. Fade to Perfect. There already are some really unique items at lower levels. There already are. They're just not a lot of them haven't been found yet. You just experienced the vomit and the exploding. Nice. So Lull. Well, let me ask you guys a question. How are you using Lull right now? You remember what I said earlier in the stream? I was like, some of these like EverQuest like mechanics have proven to be kind of tricky to implement in Pantheon because there's additional layers of things that are going on at the same time that make it less simplistic. This is one of them. And one of the questions I have is, how are you guys using Lull? Because I've seen people that use Lull by casting Lull on the target they're wanting to pull. And then I've seen people using Lull by casting it on the targets around the target they're wanting to pull. So that's the first question, is how are you using it? Good. That is exactly how lull is meant to be used. You should be lulling the targets that you do not want to pull, so that they don't react to the one that you do pull. If you are using lull on the target you're trying to pull, you're not, I mean, it might have a slight effect, but it's not going to have the kind of effect that you want it to have. It really won't have any effect because the NPCs around the target have the same aggro radius as they did before. So you want to reduce the aggro radius, you want to reduce the assist radius of the targets around what you're trying to pull. Now, the caveat or the exception there is monks with their soul shuriken, because soul shuriken works the opposite way. Soul shuriken is meant to hit the thing that you're trying to pull. It reduces the yell for help range that the mob gives. It reduces the thing that the other mobs are responding to. So it works uniquely from lull. Now, some people think that lull might suck because of its cooldown and its duration, that it doesn't have a very long duration. And that's an intentional change that we've made from the EQ style of lull. It's not set in stone. I mean, it's something that is more in the realm of like balance, where we might tweak it based on balance. But that's kind of a different side of lull working properly or not. That's more of like, what kind of window do I have to use with it? Any idea when we can expect the next wipe? We have no plans for a wipe until like definite wipes until we release 1.0, which is not anytime soon. The only reason that we will wipe before 1.0 is if something occurs that there's absolutely no way around it. So I would love for us to go all the way through EA without wiping if we can. 1.0 is full release, correct? Yeah. Yep. Nyosi, Hardcore, Heath, Katanga, Dazed, Confused, Hitman, Falric, Moonlance, JPEX, Watkar, Versac, Almighty Ender, Belf, Nyx, Fortuna, The Jokered, Elder Biscuit, and Terradonation. Thank you all so much for the follows. Thanks for being here and hanging out. It is much appreciated. The plan right now is for a definite wipe for 1.0 release, yeah. Depending on how EA goes, depending on how EA goes, it's possible that we could convert some of the EA servers and consolidate. I mean, I want to be careful even saying this because this is not my side of the house, so I don't want to make any expectations that aren't fair to make. But I think there's a way we could potentially preserve characters on their own servers And whatever 1.0 full launch servers we have, you know, those are fresh servers. But I think the safest bet, the safest thing to prepare for and plan for is that we will have a wipe when the full game, the full 1.0 release happens, that we'll have a wipe. That's probably the safest thing to expect. That's a good question, J-Dub. The rafts will come once. We're planning to update to Unity 6 sometime in the new year. Probably I would say in Q1 of the new year, we're gonna upgrade to Unity 6 because there's a lot of updates to water and general game performance that allow us to actually start kind of developing out our water locomotion systems. So everything from like small rafts and single person vessels all the way up to like the ships and the things that we want to have. So that'll be the first time that we have water that can support in the way that we want to set things up to be, you know, optimized and long-standing. So probably once we do that upgrade is when we would be able to start looking at something like the raft, the summoner raft. The wall of wood and the wall line is that's kind of in the realm of like game mechanics that we have not implemented anything really like it yet, and so it's going to go in the bucket of like, I don't know, down the line a little bit. Clerics have some abilities that are very similar to that too, with the Celestial Aegis as a shield that can actually place in the environment that has collision and, you know, can stop NPCs and stuff like that. So that'll be a little bit longer before we get there. Underwater scary zones like Subnautica meets EQ, that would be terrifying. Yeah, did you hear me say that earlier? That's exactly what's going to happen. Oh yeah. I noticed the Morvaki are now dropping piles of fancy loot after yesterday's patch. They have been itemized with the new itemization, yeah. The new uncommon items. So yeah, the Morvaki are now also a place where you can progress your itemization a bit. Are we going to see a second moon in Thronefest? Yes, you are. Yep. Dazed Sean, I'm going to say no. I want to preserve the exploration and the experience. There seems to be a lack of good two-handed drops. Okay. The ethereal item. Oh, ooh. You say the ethereal items are tagged as temporary, but they don't go away. That's because the ethereal itemization at the spirit camp is not meant to be temporary. The ethereal items are meant to be actual items, but if you're saying they're still tagged, then it must be tagged in the item description. Oh wait, hold on. Really? Mysterian says, my ethereal weapons do not show the temporary tag anymore. They definitely shouldn't. I'm looking at them right now and verifying that it's not, they're not temp anymore. But yeah, they definitely should not be. So, you know, as soon as you guys are back into playing, if anyone's actively doing the Spirit Manor and you get an ethereal weapon and it says temp, let us know, because that should not. It should not. King Culturex, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. Tirada Nation, I said it correctly? Nice. Good. Good. Vitrick, Jazzlige? Team Balance Guy? iDevilny, or iDevil New York, NY, Nye, King Calterex and Hedge Koth. Thank you so much for the follows. No longer says temp. Good. Okay, good. Good. Where are your bard ambitions with regards to real music? Ooh. Well, my ambitions for the bard have grown considerably because of our relationship with PVL, which are just absolutely fantastic sound designers and incredibly passionate about Pantheon, the kind of game that it is, and the bard class, and just music and instrumentation in general. The conversations I've had with Phil specifically about the bards just kind of reflect his excitement for like how much we want to do there. And it's what I would like to see is for the instruments that bards use to feel like real instruments in the way that they sound and in the fact that they have sound. I think there's a way to do it. Now, granted, I don't want you to necessarily be hearing like guitar riffs for hours while the bard's in the party, you know, playing the healing songs and things like that. But I think there's a way, in the same way that spells are cast and spells land, and there's audio that comes with the ebb and flow of combat and the beginning and the middle and the end of spells and effects and things like that. I think there's ways to make the instrumentations that bards use reflect that in actual like music and instrumentation. So when you have a song that is more of a lullaby, when you have a song that's more of like a driving riff, you know, based song, when you have, you know, you have brass and you have stringed and you have wind and you have percussion and these different, I think there's just a lot of room to build out a really impressive combination of motifs and themes and sounds and instrumentation that make it seem and sound like the bard's actually playing music. And I think we have an opportunity to do something like very fresh and kind of like pushing the bar forward a little bit. Now, granted, I know Final Fantasy, I know Lord of the Rings Online, they both have had, from my understanding, I've never played it or experienced it myself, but my understanding is that they both have had impressive offerings when it comes to their bards. Yeah. Can we have a new meeting on this? Of course we can, Phil. And we shall. And we will. And in some ways, it is so certain that I could say that we have. We have had a new meeting about this. And we will. It'll be a little bit down the road. Yeah. But not too down the road, but a little bit down the road. Calm spa music from Anorogen, yeah. EXP is I've already made a few EXP changes. Earlier in the stream, I talked about like some of the more significant, kind of broader sweeping EXP changes in relation to con colors. The very Cliff Notes kind of pared down version of what I said earlier is right now the difference between the experience you get from a mob one level above you versus one level below you is something like 60% of a drop off. And then it only goes down further from there. And so that's a lot of the issue we're seeing with experience gain right now, where players are really struggling, is the fact that there's too big of a gap and too big of a fall off as you're fighting something equal level to you, one level below, two levels below, things like that, especially versus something like one level above you. Which is why a lot of players will say, hey, when we first got to this camp and I'm fighting yellows, the experience is fantastic. And then as soon as we level up, it's like, what changed? What happened? And it's because the drop-off is so significant. So one of the major changes we're making is we're going to make sure that, you know, whites, dark blues, light blues, greens, that fall off is much less significant. But we're also going to go away from doing it on a level-based and more of a con-based. So anything that's dark blue to you is going to provide the same amount of experience, whether it's one level below, 2 or 3. And then we're also going to introduce a pretty EQ-like consideration system that grows as you level. So what level something is when they con light blue to me at level 10 is going to be different when I'm level 30. When I'm level 30, the things that con dark blue to me will be, you know, things 5 and 6 levels below me might still be dark blue, whereas at level 10 it might be only 1 or 2 levels below me. That's going to make I think going to make a really big difference, not only for grouping but for soloing as well, and in between. I think it's going to be now the ETA on that. I don't know yet. I think Steve is the one that's actually looking into that right now. But I don't have an ETA yet. So. Still can't get in? What do you see Pantheon becoming in 2025? What's the new word? Imminence is so 2023. Oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah, Finn, exactly. It'll go away from being fixed levels to being more of a... the spread will be affected by your level. Yeah. Which I think it felt really, really good in EQ. I think it'll feel really good in our game, too. When will Project Fairthale be done? Wow. So the next zone we're working on is Black Rose Keep. Once Black Rose Keep is done, the next zone we'll be working on is Fairthale. And that's where you will see Fairthale and Oldwood and those areas finally finished. Every year is the year of Eminence now. I think that's fair. Every year is the year of Eminence now. Yeah. iDevil, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Neocore, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate that, both of you. Thank you. Neo, thanks for the follow as well. G-Jinx, thank you for the follow. Ark, thank you so much for the follow. I see those bits. Yuki, thank you. Any chance you could talk about faction? what kind of content you see attached to factions. In other words, how will faction drive engagement with them in the world? Well, yeah, I mean, one way to think about it would be, as soon as we turn faction back on, then you're going to have an immediate experience with like your evil characters, for example, who aren't going to be able to run right into Avelia, aren't going to be able to run into Demeth. It's going to create this kind of it's going to drive like a different experience and in some ways an isolation of, you know, various characters to certain parts of the world that they have to work to change. So I love it, for example, from EverQuest stories of ogres and trolls and dark elves that put in the time to make it to where they could go to some of these places. And I think that's a really cool system, and it helps kind of the world building in a way where you've got you know, hatred between different denizens of the world and different entities and alliances, and then those things can ebb and flow for your own character. So that's part of it. And there's some good like personal storytelling and personal journey work that can go on there. And it extends beyond some of that too. So like Blackrose Keep, for example, Blackrose Keep stands in many ways in opposition to Thronefast. And so as a human character, for example, as a son or daughter of Thronefast, you're going to be naturally aligned in opposition to Blackrose Keep, because the leader of Blackrose Keep, Monikaros, was a high-ranking commander in the Thronefast military who defected and basically now stands against everything Thronefast stands for and is leading this Blackrose, this Keep Leon is the official name of the keep, but they're called the Blackrose, leading them kind of in this opposition to Thronefast. So it's a great example of a faction that, while you may, some races may be neutral to them because they're not affiliated with Thronefast, there'll be vendors in Blackrose Keep. There'll be things you can interact with, you know, say as an elf or something like that you couldn't as a human. But also as a human, you can choose to, in some ways, forsake Thronefast and align yourself with the Blackrose faction and open up for you quests and vendors and things that are only available in that zone. And I want to see lots of different factions that can work that way. Not all of them you'll be able to. Like, you can't necessarily align yourself with the Hangor Orcs or something like that. But I'd like to see many, you know, factions that you can do that kind of stuff with out in the world. And then, you know, I see a lot of like opening up access to things through faction being a really cool way to do it. So, you know, being able to get into a zone like the Vale of Azarus because of its history and it being kind of closed off and closely guarded by the Arcane Cordon and Thronefast, being able to get to a point faction-wise where you can actually enter that area. I want to see things like that. Now, that's not new and different. I mean, that's kind of just a different form of keying, but it's like, it's when all these things come together, opening up. We've talked about, for example, in the Oldwood, there's the Wardens of Oldwood that are these elven rangers, essentially, that keep watch over Oldwood. Being able to raise your faction with them enough to unlock, like, even like cosmetic like items, like being able to I want them to look very similar to like Sheik from the Zelda series, so kind of that like ninja cloaked, masked ranger type look with a very distinct cloak and a very distinct tabard. And so being able to unlock things like that through faction, where you could actually buy one of those tabards and buy things that allow you to look kind of like the Wardens of Oldwood, I think would be another cool use of faction. So yeah. Oh yeah, Dougbug, you asked me earlier about the grandeur of the starting cities. So yeah, Thronefast would be the largest. I think the second largest after that would be Kadasa, the Dwarven citadel. Third largest would be Fairthale, the mountain city for the elves. I think next in line would be, well, and I would probably put like Broken Maw, Fairthale, and Cyrani's Rest kind of all in that same category of size, like that third place size. And then after that, you've got Suroa and the Archive starting area, and Sorhirith and Scargull. I would put kind of at the bottom in terms of like size and like grandeur. Because like Sorhirith, the Tree City for the halflings, I wouldn't say that that's like a grandeur, like marked by grandeur or anything. It's really it's beautiful and it's really cool, but it's not like a, you know, an imposing kind of grand like thing. Finn says, Joppa, I understand that type of experience from EQ, and I do agree that it has impact on the world, but I guess I'm more interested in the content around faction. How do you earn faction beyond just killing stuff? How do factions drive content beyond being gatekeeping mechanisms? Do you see it being quest driven? Oh yeah. Yeah, I see the angle that you're going for now. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I would take that so far to say, like, I would be... It would not be interesting to me if it was only killing things. In fact, I would love it if there were factions that you couldn't progress at all through killing things, that it was all through, like, diplomatic quests or perception-related things. I think it'd be really cool. I've always thought that one of the angles for perception that would be really neat is for keepers specifically to have the opportunity to advance certain factions in ways that, you know, non-keepers can't. But not even taking it that far, absolutely, like quests being one of the things I think that can make questing enticing in a game like this that's trying to deviate from quests as like the primary progression loop is by having something like factions be a big part of why quests are important to do. Giving a little bit of experience, sure, coin, yes, items, you know, all that stuff. But if quests are a large way of actually like gaining faction with certain things, and in some ways the only way to gain faction with certain factions, I think that would be a really compelling thing too. Especially with how willing we are or not to lean into like too bad, so sad situations where when you've got quests and faction outcomes that are dependent on like dialogue choices and, you know, certain actions that you've made, making certain dialogue choices possible or not. I think that gets pretty compelling. So yeah, that's a good distinction. Azaras, thanks so much for the Prime. Appreciate it. Archex, Faden, Niman, Jeff Jets, Gojan, Dark User, and Cinnamon Aman. Thank you so much for the follows. Thank you for being here. I see those bits, Westmus, as well. Thanks for the 200 bits. Thank you. More flag pass, the better. I agree. Are the servers up? Did we win? Nice. Good. Yeah, Finbard, Finn. Yes, that's why I gave the Black Rose example as well, because that's an example of something where, you know, it's like for an elf it may not matter so much. I mean, maybe it would in some ways, but yeah, when you're having to make a decision like, do I want to be friendly in Demeth and Avelia and Thronefast? Do I want to risk that to be friendly with Black Rose? But I mean, think about it. Like Black Rose Keep, it's led by Imani Karos. the disgraced fallen golden boy of Thronefast, who couldn't be happier to be disgraced, by the way. So Amani Karos is a raid target. Amani Karos is an actual intended designed raid target. But imagine being able to get to a faction level to become allied with the Black Rose such that you could actually have audience with Amani Karos. The kind of quests that would make available to you. That kind of stuff's really compelling to me. Thoughts about doing something like a Blood Moon, thinking of Breath of the Wild every 10 nights or something that spawns super rare names and with unique loot? Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I would frame it in the Blood Moon sense, but we already have like spawn dynamics and spawn mechanics that allow us to, have things that spawn only uniquely during the day, during night, but also we can limit it to specific hours of the day or night. And then we want to continue building on that to, create as many different parameters as we want to add layers of condition onto that. I love like right place, right time kind of stuff. The idea that there would be items or events or quests or whatever that, happen in the game and people don't even figure it out until years after, because they just happen to be at the right place at the right time. I think that stuff is so cool. That's the kind of stuff that builds like myth, myth and legend. I'm curious, is there a lore reason why elves and halflings exiled themselves into the wilds and why the evil races were kicked out of Avelia? Well, part of that is because we're still early enough in development where some of the races don't have their own intended starting area. So like ogres and dark myr, those two races, for example, actually are intended to start on a different continent completely. The halflings are where they're supposed to be, but the elves are meant to start on the western side of Thronefast, or on Kingsreach. So some of it is kind of a temporary thing, but if you go back to like the founding of Terminus in a way, or the beginning of the age of Terminus, where the current player races began to exist on this planet, it's purposely obscured and kind of opaque, like the reason why and the events that led up to the different playable races being here on Terminus. The best way the way that it's described in game and in world is kind of this shipwrecking type event where the different playable races were, in a sense, as they would describe it from their lived perspective, is that the number of them that exist on Terminus were torn away from their home world or home planet or realm or dimension or whatever it may be, and were, in a sense, that small, comparatively to the entire world that they are from, that small slice that was ripped away was kind of shipwrecked on Terminus in, various different locations on the planet, and where they've ended up, creating their homes and kind of settling in. For some of them is right where they landed, or where they were planted or shown up, where they opened their eyes for the first time. And then some of them, were driven more by kind of like fleeting conquests on the planet. And then there's a whole backstory of, everything that led up to the Deicide War, which is kind of one of the major turning points in the history of the world of Terminus, and how the races settled out from there. So what you're saying, lore-wise, this is the moments the races are moving into the world and forging their own capitals. Well, where we live, there have been three major ages that have passed on Terminus since the current play races arrived. The arrival events I'm talking about were long before the current age. The current age of the game, 2 ages have passed already. The Deicide War has already occurred, and several hundred years have passed from that point. And so, but but things are still very, very frail. So it's called the current age is called the frail age because there's still a very significant major worldwide conflict in the Deicide War that happened only a few hundred years prior. Some of the playable races are very new to Terminus compared to the oldest arrivals. And so there's still a lot of feeling out, intentions and things like that. And there's still a lot of exploration on Terminus itself that hasn't even happened yet. So the dwarves were first. And you don't like plate? You don't like light plate on bards? What if the light plate that bards wear have a lot of leather in it? Who's the newest? Who is the newest? I want to say it's the Scar. Hold on, let me fact check myself. You've sent me down a rabbit hole here. I'm curious. Okay. Yeah. Confirmed. The Scar. Yeah, I can share some Gnome lore real quick. Hold on. I want to find a good. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. I'm curious what it would say. Gnomes hail from the planet Stormona, a unique sun world formed around a small star named Elos. This planet is characterized by its constant dusk, illuminated by distant stars. Due to events on their home world, gnomes lack a true physical form. They are masters of the arcane and are known for their meticulous nature and innovation. Gnomes live in the floating keep of Skyhold. They value diligence, service, and sound innovation. Expansion is not a cultural aim for them, and they have no real enemies. A significant myth among the gnomes speaks of a moment when true night falls on Stormona, revealing the light of Elos. This myth led to a rift in their society when some gnomes discovered a bright stone that they believed was proof of Elos's existence. Yeah, or Dyson Sphere Space Goobers. That's pretty much... That's how I would have, I guess, summed that up more concisely. Yeah. They do, TT. That really is very, very dark. Very, very sad in some ways. Thray, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Anna Vanova, Hello World Dev, and Cornfed, thank you for the follows. Thank you all so much. All right. Well, you know what? We've been going for a little while here. I am probably going to call it for today. I'm thinking we might try to do a data patch tomorrow. The data patch would capture, some of these NPC updates, get a few more of these experience tweaks in, a little bit more of the itemization changes I want to get in. This stuff's going to be very iterative. So, just know that these things will be rolling in slowly over time. Depending on how things go with the fixes that we're supposed to get in with the patch we just got through today to new Steam players. What Sam told me in terms of the embargo on Black Moon is that if everything looks good and stable there, then we'll look at lifting that embargo. So when I connect with him on the data patch, I'll see if I can push for that to get that lifted, because I think we're in the clear now. So, Westmus, thanks so much for the 200 bits. Appreciate that. All right, let's see who is rating. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for the support. I mean, this has been so good. So good. Not just the support for the channel, but I mean, the game. We've already talked about how the concurrency, the player base is continuing to rise. It's not staying flat. It's not going down. It is steadily going up. I really hope we see that trend continue. It is super exciting to see. But we're listening. We're pushing forward. We're making good changes based on a lot of the good feedback that you guys are giving. So thanks for doing that. Please keep it up. I'll be back with you soon. We'll definitely be back. I'm not sure when my last day of streaming is going to be before the Christmas time. I might try to do a Monday stream just to get one in that week. That's kind of my current goal. So hopefully I'll see you guys again on Monday. But I'll be checking up on several of the streams between now and then. So I'll be sure to say hey if I pop in. And Malkavia Battle Sister, thanks so much for the Prime. Thank you for the bits, Oak Knower. Thank you so much. But I will look forward to seeing you guys hopefully on Monday at the latest. All right, let's see here. Let's see. Let's see. I think we are going to give Crushneck a raid. We're going to raid Crushneck. I've seen a few of Crushneck's streams, and they've been solid, and solid player. Seems to really have a good handle on class play, group play. It's been cool to see. I think he's typically played a warrior when I've watched, but at any rate, guys, streaming is not easy to do. It's a blast. I am very blessed. I'm very fortunate to be able to stream to a large viewership, and I don't take that for granted. I love it, and I am thankful for it. There are a lot of people who love streaming and want to grow and want to be a meaningful contributor to this community by playing the game and talking about the game. And so just know, if you can't stick around, like, don't. But just know, even the few minutes that you can give people here and there, come on their stream, say, hey, give them some love. It really means a lot. I know that it does. And some people are better at showing it on camera than others, but just know that it really does mean a lot. So if you're able to stick around, even if it's just for a minute or two, give some love, and I will be back with you guys very soon. But again, thank you so much for being here with me and hanging out. Hopefully we get some more of this data stuff in soon, and then on Monday we'll take a good look at where we're going to wrap up before the Christmas time, and then kind of what we're going to be digging into when we get back from that break. But I will look forward to seeing you guys soon. I'm going to stop talking, get this raid cooking. Until I see you again, have an awesome rest of your day. Have a great weekend. And yeah, here we go. Okay, I think we're ready. All right, guys, take care. See you very soon.